Hey guys, Rory is here. It's stream time. It's weird going back to streaming and recording, having to switch back and forth between settings again. It'd been a long time just streaming, and now setting things back to like game record mode every time, between streams. Weird. But I've been reading the conversation happening in the chat. Yeah. While I'm more used to what Nathan was saying up here, where like usually I watch stuff on 1 time speed, but it's never usually my main focus. Usually when I'm watching stuff on YouTube, it's like in the background. Not it's not my main focus. However, for these reaction streams, I might do exactly what Maddie said and watch it on 1.5 just so we can get through more submissions in the time frame, and people can watch it back at like 75% if they want a slightly more authentic viewing experience. Even though I know that's not the math, the math doesn't line up. Uh, it's just, yeah, the only thing will be that my reaction will be weird. All right. First up, first submission. RoboCop. Rogue City Unfinished Business. All right, I always forget. Wait, pause it. I should open these up. And then and then in here. So check for timestamps. Otherwise, open it in YouTube.
There were too many.
Yeah, never got around to playing the
And
original
weapons.
of the game.
So many good officers that.
We're the cops. All the bad ones should be afraid of us.
Cops shouldn't be feared. What do you want us to be? Judges? Executioners?
What do you think, Murphy?
Wait, do you play the first... So the first mission of the game, you start as regular Officer Murphy.
Surrender, or there will be trouble.
Before he's robo-fied.
You're going down!
Trouble, then.
Okay. I'm assuming that's just a straight up sequel. Either that or it's like a DLC to the game they released a while back that I have yet to play. RoboCop's such a fucked up movie. Yeah. Like the premise is so messed. Okay, wait.
The tube map is a
I realized immediately I didn't watch that on 1.5. I'm going to assume this is just the whole video. Wait. Let's check. No timestamps, nothing listed. Okay. So yeah, we'll put this on 1.5 speed.
The tube map is an icon of London, just like Big Ben, the Tower of London, the London Eye, and M&M's World. It's instantly recognizable to locals and tourists alike, known and loved and parodied all over the world. With a new version coming out every few months, some people are properly obsessed with the tube map, with vast collections, and can spot the subtlest of differences between different versions. Ugh, look at them. Massive bunch of nerds. But don't take this map for granted. This map very nearly looked very different, and the London it's a map of might have looked very different as a result. So, what is the story behind this map? In the mid-19th century, when privately run underground railway lines first started popping down all under London, the only maps of them available were the ones published by the private companies themselves, showing their own services in clear bold, and rival services, if they felt like it, in narrow, faint lines they didn't want you to notice. Because rival companies were often competing for the same passengers, they very often went out of their way to be uncooperative. This circular route was operated by two rival companies who hated each other. The Metropolitan Railway ran trains clockwise, and the confusingly similarly named Metropolitan District Railway ran trains anti-clockwise. Long story. If you wanted to go just one stop but you bought your ticket from the wrong booth, you had to go the long way round the circle. And there were plenty more examples of uncooperativeness where this came from. For example, if you wanted to change trains at Bank Station, you had to take the lift up to the street, cross the road, buy another ticket, and then take the lift all the way back down again.
Oh my
London's
god.
underground railways could have been so much more useful and attracted so many more passengers if they were all run together as a coordinated system.
Why
But it
was
would take
it,
someone
what
with a
was it
colossal
the
bank account to
bird
make that
just
happen.
then?
Fortunately for Londoners, in 1902 that someone came along in the form of ambitious American railway tycoon Charles Tyson Yerkes, who had a colossal bank account, a colossal moustache, and a wife called Gutteridge.
This is my wife. Go on, tell him your name.
Gutteridge.
Charles's very American idea was to run a railway network, a group of lines stretching in all directions across the city, where with one ticket you could start your journey on one line and end it on another. So he set up a company called Underground Electric Railways of London, or UERL for short, or UERL for shorter. With all the money he'd piled up, he went on an underground railway shopping spree, including 4 lines that hadn't even been finished yet. By November 1905, Charles Yerkes was the proud owner of the Charing Cross, Euston and Hampstead Metropolitan District, Great Northern, Bronx and Piccadilly, Baker Street and Waterloo Railways, and by December 1905, he was dead. With the very shrewd move of dying, he avoided having to pay back any of the huge debts he'd built up. But his dream of creating an underground network in London had come true. The UERL was a properly integrated system with common ticketing and station buildings that looked really similar. And a proper network needed a proper map. And so, in 1908, the UERL published this. The first map that showed all the underground lines in London mapped on one map, including the ones UERL didn't own. It had some really handy innovations. Each line was given equal thickness, and each line was given a different colour. Features that are familiar to us today, even if the colours aren't too familiar.
The Piccadilly line in yellow!
This complete map of the whole network was very useful, but it wasn't very easy to read. With all the tube lines and roads and landmarks and Army and Navy and auxiliary stores, it was a messy clutter with too much information and looked like a plate of spaghetti. The problem was, the task of creating a map of the whole network that was both useful and easy to read was a notoriously difficult one. Lots of companies at this time published their own maps of London's network, each with their own approaches, some of them bonkers. This one's my favourite, the Wonderground map by Max Gill, simultaneously incredibly detailed and incredibly completely useless. Mapping the entire system was only about to get even difficulter.
What the?
By the early 20s, the London Underground had begun sprawling uncontrollably out in all directions into the distant suburbs. To help manage this growth, the UERL appointed a new head of publicity, Frank Pick. Pick was obsessed with the tube's corporate identity, the notion that the whole system should feel more togethery. It was Pick's idea for every station to have a roundel, the iconic logo with the red circle and blue line, and for every sign to use the same font with the perfectly round O's and the little diamonds for dots above the eyes, and to commission all those lovely posters that your middle-class friends have in their kitchens. Most importantly, Pick wanted every leaflet and every poster on every train, on every platform, in every station to use the same map design. And so, in search of the perfect map, Pick turned to a designer named, altogether now, Frank Stingemore. Ah! Frank Stingemore's map from 1924 used the River Thames as a geographical reference and nothing else. No roads, no landmarks, no nothing. Just a plain beige background. With easiness of reading at the top of Stingemore's priority list, his map did something that was basically cheating. To fit all the detail in, Stingemore took the naughty shortcut of not bothering to draw the distant suburbs to scale. For example, these stations on what we now call the Northern Line were bunched dishonestly together in a totally fictional straight line. But the thing is, though, that's the thing. The thing is, this is the thing. The thing is, this didn't matter. For passengers trying to get from station A to station B,
It's
this
so
map still served
weird
purpose
seeing
perfectly
the
well. Unless you were driving the train, why
jokes
did you
like
need to know the
that
exact length or exact bendiness of each
in
bit of track?
1.5.
Come to think of it, even if you're driving the train, you don't really need to know that either, do you? Frank Pick was very happy with Stingemore's map, and the public were happy with it too. Stingemore's innovation had shown that a map could still be useful even if the scale was distorted. And it was this concept that inspired another designer to do something even more radical. And his name was...
Is it Harry Beck? It wasn't last time. I think it's Should we say Harry Beck? I think it is.
Harry Beck. Henry Charles Beck, known as Harry to his no friends, was a 29-year-old technical draftsman working at UERL.
Oh
It was his
my
job to draw
God,
up
those
diagrams of the tube's
glasses.
signalling systems. And then it wasn't his job anymore when he got made redundant in 1931. Harry must have really missed his old job, because after leaving the UERL, he spent his spare time working on an extremely nerdy work-related project. He nerdily imagined what it would look like if all the stations on the London Underground were represented connected like in a circuit diagram. He'd seen strip maps of individual lines that totally ignored geography. How hard could it be to combine them all together? While Stingemore's approach was to be a little bit naughty with scale, Beck's approach was that scale could absolutely go itself. Harry drew the entire network using only straight lines that were vertical, horizontal, or at 45 degrees. Here's one of his rough drafts where he rubbed out lines and replaced them with straighter ones. When he finally finished, it looked like this. An elegant, colourful design, with the stations in central London spaced evenly apart, and the suburban stations bunched up close together. No opportunity was missed for symmetry, equal spacing, and parallelity. If you compare his design to a scale map, you can see just how not to scale and frankly mad it was. Harry's so-called journey planner was not a map, it was a diagram. But for the very specific job it was trying to do, a diagram was better than a map. By totally ignoring the concept of scale, he was able not only to fit all the stations in, but to make it much easier to read than Stingemore's map. It also gave the impression of a cohesive, comprehensive, coordinated, connected system. It also looked awesome. Harry was very pleased with himself, and a thought occurred to him. This should be the official map for London transport. Frank Pick is going to love this. And so, later in 1931, Harry marched back into the offices of the UERL, which was now called London Transport, to show his diagram to Frank Pick. But Harry was wrong. Frank Pick didn't love Harry's map at all. Pick refused to publish Beck's map on the grounds that it was inaccurate and that the public wouldn't understand it. There was indeed a disadvantage to the scale-free approach. Some stations looked much further apart than they really were, which might make tourists crowd onto the tube for needless journeys, such as Queen's Road to Bayswater, which you can easily do on foot in 19.19 seconds. But Harry Beck was convinced that his design was the future of the London Underground, and tried several times to persuade Frank Pick. Eventually, Frank Pick gave in and agreed that if Harry Beck agreed to leave him alone, he'd agree to print
like
a very
pose.
limited trial run. A small handful of copies were printed and sent to a small handful of stations, with an apologetic cover saying,
A new design for an old map. We should welcome your comments.
to the surprise of Pick and the I told you so of Beck, the comments they welcomed were overwhelmingly positive. The public seemed to have no trouble understanding Beck's concept. They blooming loved it. In 1933, Harry Beck's diagram officially replaced Frank Stinchmore's map as the standard journey planner, used on all leaflets and all posters across the London Underground. Harry Beck had done it. But little did he know, things were about to go very, very wrong for him. Want to find out more? Stay exactly where you are and wait for the next dose of Unfinished London.
Hi folks, just to say thank you so much for watching. I'm sorry it took a little long.
So that's that's the next video to see how it goes wrong. I'm assuming it's this video. Yeah, we could line it up. Well, let's have another video in between, but then oh, there's another one of these videos you've posted. Wait. Okay, wait. Let's watch this one. And then we'll have a gap, and then we'll watch the next one.
This is
afterwards.
Harry Beck, and this is the map of the London Underground he designed in 1931, with the central London station spread out and the distant suburban stations squished together, making it easier to read and prettier to look at than any map of the network that had come before. If you want to hear that sentence again, but with enough extra detail that it takes about 9 minutes, go back and watch part 1. But if you've already seen part 1,
20
or
of his
you're a Disney
videos in a
executive, or
day.
you correctly assume that you don't need to see part 1 to understand part 2, then here comes part 2, in which we discuss the impact.
These days, at the moment, I'm in a Smosh binge. I've been the last like several weeks. I've been watching nothing but Smosh. Because there's literally like almost literally endless content from their many channels.
Harry Beck's map has had over the decades, and whether or not in recent years the map has become a bit rubbish. The Tube map, as it came to be known, came to define London and change the way Londoners see their own city. Even if you weren't travelling by underground, the Tube map was a useful way to familiarise and orient yourself.
What part of London are you in? Chalk Farm? On the Northern Line?
Yeah, you?
Wood Green?
Piccadilly line?
That's right, so where should we do drinks? King's Cross or Leicester Square? Hey, are you up for that drink? Hey, how's it going in Chalk Farm? Hey, you know what, duck you, you're not even fit.
Perhaps more impressively, Beck's map didn't just change the way people see London, it actually literally changed London.
Have you, just like this century, reached your mid-30s? Then it's time to settle for suburbia. This patch of Middlesex countryside is fast becoming part of the London suburbs, thanks to the hard work of these handsome builders. Oh yes. These estates are conveniently served by new stations in Southcote, Oakwood and Fosters. There they are on the Tube map. See? They can't be that far from central London, now can they? Yes, £535 is rather a lot to pay for a semi-detached house, but it's worth it for the portable fireplace and fold-out whiskey warmer. So, become a suburbanite, and you can tell your friends and yourself that you still live in London. If it's on the Tube map, it counts as London, God save the King.
Harry Beck's Tube map had been such a rousing success in London that he thought he'd have a go at some other cities. Here's his version of Sydney's rail network, to which their response was,
Oh, that's a bloody ripper. Thanks, fella.
Although, curiously, Harry received no credit for this work, despite the garishly obvious similarities between the two designs. And then he had a go at the Paris Metro, to which their response was,
Absolument pas, c'est pas possible, évidemment, que ça l'anglais décide dans les autres chers métro parisiens, mais ça va pas la tête, non?
But Harry needn't have worried. London was keeping him more than busy enough. Over the decades, Harry designed dozens and dozens of different tube maps, making constant adjustments, experimenting with spacing, angles, line thickness,
I
and
didn't
dimensions,
register
and
that.
to get this right,
£535 for a house.
drove him nuts. He drew piles of rough sketches, trying lots of different ways to show the complicated service patterns around Euston, Camden Town, and Mornington Crescent. While Harry Beck was very good at designing tube maps, he was pretty rubbish at business. Harry was never rehired by London Transport. He was technically just a freelancer. For his first design, he was paid the paltry sum of 5 guineas, which in today's money is about £5.25. And he wasn't paid much more for any of his other designs. Worse still, despite the tube map's extremely wide distribution, Harry was never paid any royalties. No contract of any kind had ever been signed. There was an unofficial, unwritten understanding that any time London Transport needed an update to their map, Harry Beck would do it for them. And this arrangement worked fine for both sides until 1960. For the first time in 54 years, the construction of an entirely brand new underground line was announced. The Victoria line was on its way, and to make room for it, the tube map would need a complete rejigging. This was a dream-come-true project for Harry Beck, but unfortunately, there was a new man in charge. To help launch the Victoria line, London Transport brought in a new head of publicity, the relatively young and relatively inexperienced Harold Hutchinson. Hutchinson didn't like the unofficial arrangement London Transport had with Harry Beck. Actually, to put it more accurately, he didn't like Harry.
I consider Harry Beck to be a difficult man who's rather fretful and not easy to deal with. So in order to get control of our map back from him, I'm going to redesign the tube map with the Victoria Line update all by myself. How hard can it be?
In 1960, the updated map with a cover proudly boasting, "London's famous map has been given a
New look!
and
Easier to read!
was printed and sent to every station on the network. There There is just so much to hate about this map. Why is it so jagged and pointy? Look at the mess in this bit. He's had to split Aldgate into Aldgate. Trafalgar Square, Liverpool Why are some but not all stations in block capitals? Look at the Victoria line. It's such an obviously crammed-in afterthought. That's not how you do a tube map.
When
Beck saw the map, he was horrified. Not only because it was such a terrible job, but because it had been done behind his back. Hoping to put things right, Harry sent a polite letter to London Transport's former head of publicity, Christian Barman. Fascinatingly, all the letters back and forth between Beck and Barman have survived in the archives.
It's
very long. So to summarize,
46,000
Dear Mr. Barman, sorry to cause a
now.
fuss, but I thought we had an agreement that I designed your tube maps. Dear Mr. Beck.
Yeah.
Dear Mr. Barman, but I
Yeah.
spent ages working on a new design for the Victoria line. Do you want it? That's how you add a new line to a tube map. Look at how simple and friendly it is. That's how good Harry Beck was. He makes it look so easy. And you know what? It takes looking at this one side by side with the really rubbish one to see how easy it wasn't. But this design, arguably Harry Beck's finest work, was never used. London Transport had made their mind up. Dear Mr. Beck, we've taken your criticism on board and replaced Mr. Hutchinson's design with a map that's much more like yours. Dear Mr. Barman, that's nice. Can I have my money now, please? Dear Mr. Beck, no. But it's my map. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, This went on for 5 years. Beck claimed the 45-degree angles were his idea. London Transport claimed you can't copyright the idea of 45-degree angles. 45-degree angles have been around since the 1590s. In the end, Harry never did get round to suing London Transport. In 1965, both he and his wife had had enough stress and gave up fighting. London Transport removed Harry Beck's credit from all their maps, and any trace of his involvement disappeared.
Well, I hope you enjoyed the decades of hard work I gave you. You are the ungrateful corporation to my lifetime of loyal service.
Sadly, Harry Beck would never design a tube map for London Transport again. Sadlier, Harry Beck continued designing tube maps that he knew London Transport would never use for the amusement of only himself. Rejected by London Transport, Harry moved out of London to spend his old age in Hampshire. And in 1974, at the age of 72 and 7/25, Harry Beck died in relative obscurity. For decades after his death, the name Harry Beck was largely forgotten. The hero who designed the tube map and had an immeasurably huge impact on London was known only to massive tube nerds. But that started to change in 2001. On the 70th anniversary of Beck's original diagram, TfL's resident designer Alan Fole, a massive tube nerd and Harry Beck superfan, decided to restore Harry's credit to the tube map. And since then, every poster features Harry Beck's name in the bottom right corner where it belongs. Dozens of plaques have appeared in the houses and stations where Harry Beck used to live and get the train. And in 2006, the British public voted Harry Beck's tube map as their second favourite British design of the 20th century. The winner was Concorde, by the way, but where's Concorde now? Dead, that's where.
Did that have
Beck's
Tomb
map has gone on to
Raider?
be so influential, it's hard to
Tomb
imagine
Raider
quite
is
how mad and brave and clever it must have looked in 1933. The impact of his design has reached far beyond London. Pretty much every city in the world with any kind of transport network has a map with a colourful, schematic, non-geographic diagram that wouldn't exist without Harry Beck, with the notable exception of the New York subway, which insists on being as baffling and ugly as possible. So London can take pride in having got there first and shown the rest of the world how it's done. But in the last 90 years, London's tube map has become a lot busier. As well as new lines and stations appearing, our tube map has been gradually filling up with stuff that's not the tube. The Docklands Light Railway, the Tramlink, the Elizabeth Line, Thameslink, and in my opinion, most distractingly, the Overground, a series of mostly unconnected suburban lines, every single one of which is shown in the same shade of stripy orange. Hashtag split the Overground into different colours and names to make it easier to read on the map and less confusing for tourists and commuters alike, especially when it comes to temporary closures and delays. And that's not mentioning the river services, cable car, walking routes, IKEA stores, accessibility information, or fare zones. With all these additions, the modern tube map has become an untidy
fair enough.
Good design standards seem to have dropped lately, with many of the decisions appearing almost provocatively incompetent, and would send Harry Beck rotating 45 degrees in his grave. Is the problem simply that the job is undoable? With more than twice as many stations since Beck's original design 90 years ago, has the network become too crowded to stick to Beck's principles of simplicity? Has London's transport network grown too large for a map of it to be both useful and beautiful? No! The internet has no shortage of stunning, elegant, easy-to-read alternative solutions, supplied on a near constant basis by eager tube map enthusiasts just like Harry Beck.
Right.
Why TfL doesn't have the decency to even steal from them, let alone employ one of them as their designers, especially this one, is beyond me. Slightly controversial, but the tube map would do its job better if some information were removed from it.
Sorry, I forget that not everyone... literally skull cutting, yeah. Yeah. No, it's, I forget not everyone checks out the update videos. Or update streams, I suppose. Yeah, I have surgery later this week, that's all. It sounds terrible, but it's not that bad. I have to have my skull cut open in the back here, to have them fish what is essentially a tumor, but a non-cancerous, I have to get something cut out of me. That's why it sounds even worse when I say I have to have my skull cut open and something extracted from it. Someone I was talking to was like, "Are they taking out a part of your brain?" I was like, No. It's not brain surgery. It's not going far into the brain. Essentially, yeah. It's essentially deep overgrown earwax. It's a mixture of like earwax and other gunk that builds up in the ear, like skin and other stuff, dust. But yeah, I believe it starts with basically a little buildup of earwax, and then it turns into one of these. But yeah. So yeah, having my skull cut open and having a ball of a large ball of wax removed from the back of my skull. Yeah, it's one of those things that the surgery itself, there's no guarantee of hearing, like, improvement of my hearing, which is unfortunate. In fact, there's quite a high chance that I will lose some hearing by having the surgery. But the downside of not having the surgery is that my hearing would keep getting worse, and it would slowly start to press on the nerves, because there's a lot of nerves that run from the back of your head, or this part of your head, through that passageway that the thing is sitting, and if the tumor basically kept growing, it starts to press on those nerves and weaken them. So yeah. No, so it affects your hearing initially. If it keeps growing bigger, it starts to get painful as well. And then it also affects the nerves of your face. So you can end up with numbness over one half of your face. And I'd rather not have that. Yeah. So yeah. Apparently if you're like older, if you're in your 70s or 80s or whatever, they actually suggest not worrying about the surgery, and instead just basically cleaning it up as best that you can, and just having like regular visits to an ear clinic where they'll just like basically take away the surface stuff, so it's not too bad, and like making sure it's not getting infected. You just basically have regular checkups for the rest of your life instead. But since I'm young, you want to dig that thing out and hope it never comes back. But there's no guarantee. Also, not skipping school, because it is the school holidays at the moment. Thank you. Yeah, and it's happening on Thursday, my time. So today's Monday, my time. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So this is super close now. And I wanted to get at least one more stream in before I have surgery, because I don't think I'll be streaming after my surgery for a little while. And I'm trying desperately to get as much done on Silksong before surgery starts, because I'm not going to probably be able to record a whole lot. Record or stream or do any of that kind of stuff while recovering, so yeah. Yeah, anyway.
Do we need the trams? Do we need the river? Do we need the fare zones? Do we need the accessibility information? To be quite Robbie. Perhaps the question we should be asking is, do we still need the tube map at all? These days, you're more likely to plan your journey with an app than a map, so why does it matter if the map is a clutter? It matters because the tube map is so much more than just a useful journey planner. It represents London in every interpretation of that word. For visitors, it's the first thing you look at when you want to familiarise yourself with the city. For Londoners, it's the way the city looks in our brains. It creates order out of chaos, simplicity out of complexity. I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say the tube map is the closest thing London has to a flag. Staring at the tube map should make you want to jump on a train and go exploring. And if it's well designed, cared about, and done properly, that's exactly what it will continue to do for generations.
This definitely could have been a Mapman episode.
But yeah, no, funny thing, you mentioned that you don't like the metro, you prefer to like do the above ground. Oh wait, you haven't watched this yet. You prefer the overground or the yeah. From what I understand, from what I've experienced, I'm the same. I don't live in a city with a good rail network. We have basically nothing in this part of Auckland. It's only on 1.5, but yeah, it's so that we can get through the videos a little faster, so we can get through more submissions. Like, we've already watched more than 20 minutes worth of video in 20 minutes. But yeah, when I've been in cities, God, when I've been in cities overseas where there's the option. Oh, hey Digits, welcome, welcome. When I've been in a city where there's like above ground or metro or like tram lines or whatever, the tram lines and the above ground rail, it's just I prefer it as well. I used the metro in Paris, and that's about the only metro I've used properly. I traveled a couple of stops in Tokyo in their metro, but the Tokyo above ground lines are great. The Tokyo above ground line that I went on, I was on almost always on the Ueno line. Wait, what's it actually called? The Yamanote line. I was on that line a lot, and it's so good. It's such a good line. And then in the UK, when I was in London for a day, yeah, I used the above ground. We used the above ground lines. When I was in the rest of France, we used above ground lines. Even in LA, I used an above ground line train to get around. But then in Melbourne, in Australia, we used the tram system, and the tram system in Melbourne is so good. God, I wish we had a tram system in Auckland. It'd be so much better to get around. It's just so cramped, and also the air circulation is awful. If you wash your face after being on the tube for a while, the water will be black. Oh no. It was very practical if you need to get around, so I still end up using it when I'm in London. Right, yeah. Every time I hear about tumors or neurodegenerative diseases, I can't help but simply hope for the ever-improving technological advances of to free humanity from those issues. Yes, yeah. No, that honestly, a friend of mine had a brain tumor, and when I hear about that, that freaks me the hell out. That's such a scary concept. And totally, I couldn't agree more that, like, with more and more advanced, like, screening systems and technology to deal with those things, like, he had to have his skull actually cut open and have the tumor removed. But with a lot of modern systems now, they can basically use, like, lasers and shit. Really, it's like radio waves, to target things inside you, so you don't have to get cut open. And those are always awesome to see. Seeing people recover without having to be injured, sort of thing. The most commonplace for me to be in London usually involves me going to London Bridge Station. Oh, right. Tower Bridge is cooler though, right? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, thankfully this thing isn't an actual tumor. It's called a cholesteatoma, which sounds like a tumor because it's got some of the same prefix suffix stuff, but it's not me. It's not cancerous. It's not got my DNA in it, which is what most tumors have, which is why they keep growing and don't get dealt with by the body. The human body could do with some bug fixes. It has a lot of issues. Agreed. Another productive rushed for profit. Yeah. Yeah, some non-malignant growth. Yeah, basically. Yeah. All right. Let's do this one now. Oh, right.
When you look at the world map.
Yep. How many continents are there? It's hard to say. This is one of those ones where it's like this is a really interesting conversation because it's actually quite hard to make a decision about this. We basically just made our own decision about what the continents are, especially when it comes to Europe and Asia. We just were like, yep, we're just going to draw this line here, and those are the two sides of the same continent.
When you look at the world map, it's immediately obvious how many continents there are and which countries belong to which ones. No, it isn't. That's right. That's why we're doing an episode about it. Welcome to Map Men. We're the men, and here's the map. All British primary schools rated at least satisfactory by Austin will teach their children that there are 7 continents: Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, Antarctica, North America, and South America.
But other countries' curriculums beg to differ. In parts of Europe, they teach just 6 continents.
In Russia and Japan, they teach a different 6 continents.
And in South America, they teach just 5 continents.
So who should we believe?
Whom should we believe?
Exactly.
The most common definition of a continent is a large continuous landmass separated by oceans.
I like that definition. It's exactly how I imagine a continent.
Good for you, Mark. Now take a look at a world map and tell me how many large continuous landmasses are separated by ocean.
Great. Australia.
1.
North America.
It's attached to South America.
But the Panama Canal
is man-made and definitely not an ocean.
Point taken. So all of America.
2.
Antarctica.
3.
Africa.
Africa is only separated from Eurasia by another man-made canal, the Suez, so it doesn't fit the definition.
I see.
Yeah.
So Afro-Eurasia.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
So according to the most common definition, there should only be 4 continents.
Also, the largest of these, Afro-Eurasia, contains 86% of the world's population, making it a useless distinction.
I don't like this definition anymore.
Neither do I. So can we instead use another, more sciencey definition?
We can. The reason the Earth's land masses are as spread out as they are is because the tectonic plates that make up the Earth's crust have moved them apart over time. And using the major tectonic plates as our guide to the continents, we get a more even distribution of where they are.
Tectonically speaking, North America is separate from South America, Africa is separate from Eurasia, and Antarctica and Australia are separate from everything. Nice and simple.
But on closer inspection, this tectonic definition also has some major issues.
For example, Australia. The country of Australia is this bit.
But the tectonic plate, also called Australia, includes Australia and a bit of New Zealand, and half of the island of Papua, which includes both Papua New Guinea and the province of Papua, which is in Indonesia, which is in Asia.
Which is confusing. So to avoid this country-continent muddle, other names for this continent do exist, including Sahul, Meganesia, and Australinia.
Not to be confused with Australasia, an increasingly unfashionable term describing Australia and New Zealand and some but not all of the Pacific Islands, so we're not going to mention it again.
So then, what continent does New Zealand belong to? By both our definitions so far, none.
Good for New Zealand. What's wrong with not belonging to any continent?
Not being able to take part in the Olympics. Because this famous 4-yearly competition to see who can host the best fireworks display is open to every country in the world, its 5 continental rings must somehow include them all.
Each ring represents a different continent. There's Europe, America, Africa, Asia.
And this one represents a broad region including Australia, New Zealand, as well as the Micro-Mela and Polynesian countries known as Oceania.
Oceania, its very name meaning the opposite of continent.
It's usually what they
one by any
refer to
strict
us
definition,
as
but it's a popular
Oceania.
term, especially for the purpose of making sure no country misses out on being incontinent. Only Antarctica doesn't get an Olympic ring because it's too cold to host a fireworks display.
No. The tectonic and Olympic approaches could be easily combined, including both Antarctica and Oceania, giving us a nice problem-free 6 continents.
Except it's not problem-free at all. We need to talk about Europe.
Whether part of a landmass or a tectonic plate, Europe appears to be nothing more than a glorified Asian peninsula. So, what actually is Europe?
Can it really be possible that the home of the continental breakfast isn't even a continent at all? And if so, what do we call that breakfast other than disappointment?
I'll just interrupt this briefly to say, yeah, GeoGuessr, I wouldn't be opposed to playing that. I have played it before. It would, yeah, if it was... it'd be interesting to do a GeoGuessr that's purely in New Zealand. But also, yeah, I don't know if I'd be any... Unless I can see, like, language, yeah, it's so unlikely that I'd be any good at GeoGuessr. When GeoGuessr dumps you in the middle of, like, a rural area with no signage anywhere, I'm just, like, screwed. It's only once I'm in, like, a city or a place with, like, an obvious sign that says anything in the language of the place. Usually then I can figure it out.
Which brings us to a third element to consider in the definition of a continent: culture. Knowing which continent a country's in immediately tells you something about what it's like.
And because Norway has more in common with Sweden when it comes to language, religion, ethnicity and favourite cutlery than it does with, say, Vietnam, a line is helpfully drawn here, breaking Eurasia up into 2 bits. But complicated culture can't be conveniently cut into clear categories.
Some countries cause tremendous headaches for this dividing line.
First, Armenia, a country which, with a 95% Christian population, arguably falls in the Europe category, but geographically belongs to Asia. And speaking as someone who's a 32nd Armenian, where do you think these eyebrows come from, I can confirm I have no idea what continent it should be in.
The second problem country is Turkey, which incessantly prides itself on being an Asian-European hybrid.
Food?
Asia.
Trading partners?
Europe.
Religion?
Asia.
Writing system?
Europe.
This leaves the dividing line with no option but to split Turkey's largest city, Istanbul, straight down the middle, misleadingly suggesting that the populations either side of the Straits of Bosphorus are somehow totally different from one another.
One way of solving the problem of where the line goes is to insist that it doesn't exist.
Which is the approach taken by Russia, which should come as no surprise, because it's in Russia's interest to view Eurasia as a single continent.
Yeah.
If it's divided, that might make people think they're different from each other.
And when people think they're different, they like to talk about things like independence.
To make matters messier, some European countries have significant territories in other continents. The largest part of Denmark is officially in North America.
And France, with dozens of overseas territories, has put bits of Europe in Africa, Oceania, both Americas and Antarctica.
Perhaps the best example of the difficulty of pinning down what is and isn't Europe can be found in the insufferable Eurovision Song Contest.
Insufferably fabulous?
In its first year, just 7 very European countries took to the stage: Belgium, France, Italy, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Switzerland, and West Germany.
But with more countries wanting to get in on the pop-tastic action, this quickly expanded, adding transcontinental Russia, dubiously European Georgia, Asia's Israel, Africa's Morocco, eventually giving up the geographical facade altogether with Australia's Australia.
Yeah, with Australia
what Eurovision
being
demonstrates
added,
quite
it's
well
like,
is that continents are all
what
about
the heck?
politics. Every continent now has some form of political and
And
economic
now New
union.
Zealand
There's
is like,
Mercosur,
what
the African
about
Union,
us?
ASEAN, and of course the EU.
But these organisations are rarely drawn on the same lines as the continents themselves. Despite the number of people who confuse Britain leaving the EU with Britain leaving Europe, it remains something which, tectonically speaking, we can't actually have a referendum on. The underlying question in all of this is, why does it matter how many continents there are? Should we even care which one we belong to?
Well, no, not really. What the continents really represent is a human desire to use broad generalizations to categorize the world into arbitrary subdivisions.
So whether it's 7, 5, or even 6 continents, these subdivisions will remain as useful as they are argued about.
Are you really a 32nd Armenian?
Yes.
Because I'm a 23rd Hawaiian.
Are you really?
No.
Hello. Bonjour. With travel...
No. Yeah. It's always interesting to hear what people's... where people's ethnicities, you know, where they come from, where the genetics comes from, I suppose. Get a pro geo, I guess it'll help you out. But then that won't be proving my talent, will it? It'll be proving the pro GeoGuess's talent. I've been unemployed for a while and I don't have insurance. Oh. So I can't have a medical checkup. Oh. I mean, I guess I just stereotyped that you guys in Europe, you guys have free healthcare. To be fair, it's pretty similar here, where it's like technically we have like highly subsidized healthcare here, but it still costs a bit of money to get checked up. There's a lot of stuff that's free, and especially if you go to the hospital and do it at the hospital, most medical stuff is free. But if you need to go to your GP, that's where usually the cost comes in here. It's like GP's practices are private, so they charge for their services. Usually it's still not bad, and usually it's still subsidized. Like my old doctor I used to go to, it would cost like anywhere from $30 to $50 depending on what kind of checkup it was. Currently my current doctor, it's pretty much always $50 or $60 depending on whether there's certain admin fees. But that does mean that it's $50 a pot, $50 a pop, sorry, every time I want to go see the doctor. Which just sucks, which is really frustrating. But thankfully there's lots of versions of that where it's like if you have an accident or something, like not that long ago I had a problem with my medication, and because it was related to an incident that I had with my medication, that I was going to my GP, it was free because it was like a medical necessity follow-up. But then if I'm just going to get checked to make sure I'm healthy, yeah, that costs me. So yeah. But yeah, I was very lucky. There was one time last year I fell and injured my arm. And yes, that is the huge difference, digits. Yeah, that's the huge difference with here versus versus the US, for instance. The US's situation is, I'm frequently baffled by how terrible it is in the US. Because yeah, that's the thing. It's like $50 or $60 a visit, but then if I'm needing surgery, if I have to go to the hospital for something, it's free. And that's no health insurance whatsoever. I have no health insurance, no special thing I'm paying to maintain that ability to do that. Because sometimes we still need to pay 50 or 60, and then that's only with insurance. That's the thing. That's what's shocking to me. It's basically what we have here is what you guys have to pay for with insurance over there. Yeah, so like, for instance, yeah, last year I fell and I thought I might have broken my arm. Like, I still have some tissue. I still have some like hardened tissue in my arm from the injury because it was such a deep, strong like bruising. At the time I thought I might have broken my arm, so I went to the hospital because I didn't know where to go for something like that. I went to the hospital to get checked, and then because they're busy, the hospital's busy, they sent me over to a clinic to get an X-ray. But because I went to the hospital to get the scan, to get a checkup, to get a check on this, they they gave me like a notice, or gave me a little note thing to give to the clinic to say my visit was free. Because if you go to that clinic normally, it's like, and you don't have insurance, it's like 100 something bucks to get yourself scanned, get yourself an X-ray. But because I went to the hospital and it was through the hospital, it was through an accident-based medical like situation, yeah, free. Yeah, that does exist here to some degree. You can get health insurance here, um, through like a benefit, through like as in like through your as a bonus for your job. But I honestly don't know what health insurance does here, because health insurance here. I've never fully understood why anyone has health insurance here in New Zealand, what it covers and what it makes free, because most things are already free. Yeah, no idea. Uh, yeah, all I know is in the US you buy insurance on your own among the options, and shit's corrupt. Well, in Europe you get it for free, but as long as you're employed, I think. Right, okay, interesting. Yeah, no, there's no requirement for employment here. If you're a citizen, if you're a resident or a citizen, you are entitled to free healthcare here. But it's only medically necessary healthcare. So anything that's deemed not medically necessary is not covered. But because of the way the medical system works, even something that isn't covered isn't nearly as expensive usually as stuff that is. The the worst the worst medical health stuff in New Zealand is dental. Dental is almost entirely private. And so if you want something done, if you need like a root canal, that's $5,000. It's one of those things where I think a lot of people in New Zealand think it's insane that like dental work is not considered medically necessary. Same with like glasses. If you need glasses here, glasses are not covered by like medical stuff, unless you're basically blind. And like if you have like a cataract over your eye that makes you like 70% blind in that eye, then it becomes medically necessary. Prior to that, tough tits. Like you just are half blind in your eye. Um, Mum's going through that at the moment. She's slowly developing something on one of her eyes, and she's like basically slowly going blind in that eye, and she can't get it sorted unless she goes private, because it's not deemed medically necessary. Most things here is free for the most part, except dental, which is crazy expensive. Yeah, it's always, I don't know why dental. Why is dental always thought of as being not medically like necessary, not covered by, in like, yeah. I don't know. I'm not. I'm baffled by that. A woman in New York City had to pay over $1 million for giving birth. I heard about that actually. Yeah. It seems that health insurance in New Zealand allows people to get care faster than others. Yeah, probably. That's probably the case. It probably just means that you can do private like you would do public. And so if you have medical insurance and you can go through a private medical group, and it's usually always faster to go private. And you don't have to sit on waiting lists like you do on the public system. Apparently though, for this surgery that I'm having, I was told by one of the doctors I visited that it would not be much. He was like, it wouldn't be really any different if I went private versus public. Because it's all the same doctors doing private versus public, just working for different organizations, basically, either working for public health versus private health organizations. Yeah. My vision and dental is so much cheaper compared to, yes, yeah. That's the thing, is that once again, that's what I remember. I always remember that episode of The Simpsons where like they're like getting a coffee machine for the break room or something, but as part of the agreement they had to sign a new contract for their work, which removed their dental plan. So yeah, I know in the US it's quite common for jobs to offer like bonuses like medical insurance, dental plan, 401k or whatever, like different services to basically help you with that kind of shit. But yeah, it sucks in my head that you have to, like, it's tied to working, as if like you're not worth covering medically if you're not an employed citizen. But also it means that companies have to cover all that shit. Whereas here in New Zealand, companies don't have to cover any of that because it's covered by taxes. It's covered by the government. Yeah, I don't know. It seems insane to me. Uh, yeah, you have to be able-bodied and not disabled. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. It pisses me off actually a lot. Um, 5K for a root canal is crazy. It's £700 for, yeah, £75 if you can get one from the NHS dentist, but those are super hard to get. Right? Yes. Yeah. No, it's my brother had to have a root canal years ago, and it was one of those things where it was suggested 5K is just what they typically say. I don't know if that's like real. Maybe it's like 2 or 3K, but I know it's thousands of dollars. And I remember there was lots of people saying, like, at least at the time when he was having to deal with that, he talked about the fact that he actually didn't get it here. He ended up getting it when he went to the UK. Because he went to the UK and worked in the UK for a while at the UK office of the company he used to work for. And while he was in the UK, he got his root canal because it was way cheaper in the UK. And I remember that it was quite common to say, like, if you need a root canal or need some like dental work like that, it's like it costs the same. It costs the same to get it done here as it does to have a holiday to somewhere like Bali or like somewhere in Southeast Asia. Like travel there, book like a resort, and have your dental work done at the same time. Because for some reason over there, the dental work is cheap. Yeah. Yeah, I just remember the people, they literally offer dental. It's like it's like men going to Turkey for their hair transplants. It's the same deal. It's like there are places where you can go, have a holiday, and also get dental work done in the likes of Bali or one of those kinds of um like I don't know, Thailand or something. Yeah. Also, hey, MX, how you doing? Teeth are a luxury, it seems. Bone premium. Yeah, it really is. It's bone premium. Yeah. The US, we have something called Medicaid, which allows people who made... Right. Yes. Sucks because you can easily lose it. Yeah, no, I've heard about the Medicaid, Medicare and Medicaid stuff in the US, and how the current administration is basically like throwing that in the trash. Yeah, they're constantly trying to get rid of it and basically gut it. Sorry, MX. I saw it there. I was just busy finishing my thought. Um, yeah. Anyway, all right. So, next submission. We should move on. P2R3 gets jump scared by small zombie. Trying to see how the baby zombie got up. Okay. Oh, I hate how it always starts I hate that it doesn't. You can't pause it by clicking the screen, and it doesn't start. It always starts muted.
Let's get on top of this real quick and just like smelt. Like get some chicken or something going. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? How did bro climb? How did bro learn to climb? No. That is wrong. That is messed up. How did bro pathfind? Where? How? How is bro doing that? Bro's parkouring. Why is he so fucking mad at me? What did I do? If you got up, they cannot get up? What do you... No, if I got up, they cannot get up. You know how I got up? I used fucking jump boost to place a block on the side of the tree. Like, what do you mean if I got up, they can get up? Ah! Excuse me. I got scared.
You get stalked.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Fuck.
It would seem that there's a... I'll look at it. I'll watch the start again.
Let's get on top of
He goes up like that.
real quick and just like smell.
But yeah, it comes from this side and hops up that leaf block.
Like get some chicken or something going on.
Yeah, there it is.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
You can see it much.
What the fuck? How did bro climb? How did bro learn to climb? No.
You can see it a bunch more.
That is wrong.
When he's up here.
That is messed up.
You can see how. Oh, you can see how it does it here. It goes from this grass block to this leaf block.
How did bro pathfind?
Yeah, it seems that that's just a 1 block jump there. So yeah, yeah, startling. Yeah. All right, CG humans. No one can do it. Once again, I'll just check to see no timestamps or anything. Nope.
Nowadays, 3D artists can create photorealistic environments, dynamic lighting, and incredibly realistic simulations, but digital human characters still struggle to feel human. We've all seen it. A character looks perfect, perfect skin, subsurface scattering, reflections, perfectly tracked animation, and so on. But when they speak, the performance falls flat. There is no presence behind the eyes, and no life behind the face. And this is what I think people refer to when they say characters look dead inside. Despite all the progress in 3D, the human face remains one of the hardest things to pull off. So what is going on here? And what studios and professionals doing to fix this problem? The main issue comes down to something known as the Uncanny Valley, first described by robotic researcher Masashiro Mori. The Uncanny Valley refers to the dip in emotional response that we experience when something looks almost human, but not quite. If a design is clearly artificial or stylized, we don't expect it to behave like a real person, but if it gets close enough, it will trigger our subconscious expectations. Even small inaccuracies stand out dramatically. As Eric Sandin said, it is really easy to fall into the Uncanny Valley. This phenomenon is especially visible in films like The Polar Express. The characters had realistic skin textures and proportions, but they lacked behavioral subtlety.
I never liked the animation in The Polar Express.
Expressions didn't sync with the emotion. Eye contact felt unnatural, and the result was a disconnection that pulled audiences out of the moment. The problem isn't even visual, it is perceptual. When the 3D face lacks the fine details of a real human behavior, the mind will treat it as a failed imitation. The human eyes are biologically engineered for communication and subtle expressions. They respond constantly to light, thought, and emotions, even in ways we don't consciously notice. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. And in humans, eyes are constantly in motion, even when we are not. Real eyes also shift fluidly in conversation, reflect ambient light in multiple layers, and change shape slightly depending on our mood or fatigue. 3D eyes, however, sometimes fail to replicate this complexity. When eyes track too slowly, blink too evenly, or reflect light too cleanly, they begin to feel artificial, no matter how detailed the iris or the cornea is. Studios like Weta Digital have made this a key focus. In Alita the Battle Angel, they modeled each iris with millions of polygons and scanned the actor's real eyes to recreate the layered structure of the human eye, complete with moisture and refraction. Even so, achieving a lifelike result required dozens of manual tweaks to mimic the way the eyes moved, blinked, and reacted to light. The rest of the face isn't any easier. Even when we are at rest, our facial muscles are in constant motion, adjusting slightly in response to thought, focus, tension, or emotion. These subtle shifts are called microexpressions. They are not dramatic, but they are vital to how we perceive each other's emotional state. A furrow in the brow, a half-raised lip, a squint, and other motions all add up to a readable, lifelike face. Early 3D characters often capture the major animations, like smiling, frowning, blinking, etc., but miss the micro movements in between. That's why characters in games like Mass Effect Andromeda look technically correct, but emotionally vacant. without facial nuance, expressions kind of feel off. Modern facial rigs are far more advanced. For Thanos in Avengers, for example, the animation team used complex simulation layers for muscle tension, skin sliding, and even vein behavior. Each part of the face, down to the forehead compression and neck tension, was separately controlled. To achieve that, Weta used 16 separate control rigs just for the neck muscles, and 5 different sets of forehead veins that responded to emotion. These systems help translate performance more accurately, but they also give animators the flexibility to fine-tune every moment of expression. It is also worth noting that the full-body animation doesn't suffer from this issue to the same extent. A character can run, jump, or gesture with minor errors, and the illusion often holds. This is because we are far less sensitive to limb movement compared to facial behavior.
We're
don't
programmed
instinctively study a
for
shoulder
reading
rotation
faces.
the way we scrutinize a glance or a smirk. Most studios use motion capture to solve body animation. It is relatively reliable and can be adapted across different rigs, but faces require far more control, far more precision, and far more intervention to feel believable. That's why most facial rigs use hundreds of parameters, covering jaw movement, skin tension, lip shape, and more. To get things closer to reality, studios also use facial scanning.
I did wonder
and
that
AI
as well,
assisted systems
Fireboy.
to capture
It
the tiny
looks like
shapes
it.
that performance capture alone might miss. One solution many studios might use is high-resolution performance capture. Actors wear facial rigs or head-mounted cameras to record their expressions in minute details. The data is then applied to the digital character's face, sometimes enhanced or cleaned up by animators. Marvel used such approach on Thanos, basing his performance directly from Josh Brolin's face. The animation team even amplified certain movements, making his eye squint or jaw clench slightly more pronounced, so they would read better on the digital version. In The Irishman, ILM went a different route. They recorded actors using a special 3-camera rig that captured performance data without placing any dots or markers on the actors' faces. This was then used to digitally de-age De Niro, Pacino, and Pesci. It worked well overall, but even there, some viewers still sensed something was off, especially when it comes to the eyes. To build their system, they first used Medusa, a scanner rig that captured a library of facial expressions for each actor, providing a base mesh and muscle reference for their younger selves.
All this
Then
stuff
they
is
used
so
Flux,
fascinating.
ILM's internal software, to
So
analyze on-set
beyond
footage,
my
interpreting how faces move
abilities.
under different lighting conditions frame by frame. To make sure nothing felt off, ILM even used machine learning to compare the digital de-age results to real archival footage, in addition to photos. The AI actually flagged inconsistencies, like eyelid curvature or jawline angles, so the team could refine the final performance. Since the eyes are such a focal point, artists often spend extra time refining them. They remodel the tear film, simulate pupil dilation based on light changes, and even animate uneven blinking. One trick is to ensure that all blinks are not identical, because real humans don't blink like robots. In emotional scenes, animators might adjust the timing of a single tear or tweak how light reflects off moisture to better convey a feeling. It is not uncommon for a VFX artist to spend hours on just a few frames to get that kind of moment right.
Her eyes are insane.
For all the tech involved,
It's so
human
big.
artistry actually still plays a huge role. Even with the best motion capture, animators often tweak the result to enhance storytelling, which I would say it is really, really important. They will leave the eye slightly before the head moves, or exaggerate an expression for clarity in a wide shot. You know what I mean. Things like this. Sometimes, though, studios choose to leave everything untouched. For example, ILM didn't modify the actor's performance in The Irishman, choosing to keep the micro details exactly as recorded. But in most big-budget films, digital characters are shaped by both captured performance and careful artistic interpretation, which I would say it is the most important because it is where the final decisions are made. Generally speaking, I would say we're getting closer to creating more realistic and believable characters. Just compare the rigid faces of the Polar Express to modern characters like Thanos or Alita, and the progress is obvious, but we're not completely there yet. As long as viewers still spot the moment where digital character is introduced, and they feel like it doesn't quite feel alive, the uncanny valley isn't fully crossed. This is why some artists and creators still choose stylization, like Pixar's exaggerated characters or different Marvel characters. By leading away from realism, they can overcome the whole issue. Still, the push for lifelike digital humans continues, and this is a fact. So with better performance capture, more advanced rendering, and AI-driven refinement, the gap keeps narrowing. Eventually, we will hit a point where CGI faces or 3D faces feel natural, without any subconscious alarm bells going off. And there you have it, guys. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up.
Yeah, we are getting pretty freaking close to the point where it is, like, genuinely believable. But, yeah, so far, every studio that's tried that, like, tried to make a genuinely realistic looking face. Even those de-aged ones, from the Irishman, they were saying, even there, you can tell it, in the effort of trying to de-age them, they just look a little bit too smooth, a little bit too, like they've got a filter on them, like they're one of those like one of those streamers that have the it's quite common in like Korean or Asian streamers where they'll have a constant filter running on the stream to make them to make it look like they've got a full face of makeup, or that they've got like they're beautify themselves to some degree. Um yeah. It just doesn't quite look fully natural. Like there's something off about it. Even though it's so close to what is actually reality, it's still something not quite right. And and our eyes are designed for seeing faces. That's why we see faces in stuff that doesn't have faces. Like, we see faces in the inanimate. We see faces in the dark. We see faces on the moon, it's like the human eyes and human vision, our brains are designed for seeing human faces. Which is honestly why it's so much easier to just either be animated, have an animated style, like a Pixar or a Disney thing, or do animals. Animal faces were not designed for catching irregularities in animal faces. So animal characters can look hyper realistic because and fool us into believing they're real so much easier because we're not designed for picking up the nuances in furry supremacy. Well, I mean, because we're not designed for picking up those kinds of nuances in animal faces, so they're just able to be a lot more realistic. Like those scenes that were showing of like the Planet of the Apes movies, like those look so authentic to me because they use CGI. Sorry, they use human actors to like map out the overall movement, but you just replace some of the details with like animalistic movements, and suddenly it seems authentic. Like, it seems real. Like, I mean, of course, they were doing unrealistic scenarios, but like, if you were to just switch that person out with an actual animal in some of those scenes, like, I wouldn't be able to tell you which is which. But yeah. Posted my first submission on your stream. Enjoy. Oh, nice. All right. Well, we'll see how we go, because we've been streaming for about an hour now, and we're up to this stage here. We haven't moved a hell of a lot. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Hold up. Let's just check. There isn't a timestamp. Nope. Nothing relisted. Okay.
Good evening, folks, and welcome back to the Drunk Debunk Show. Tonight's episode isn't about satellites or gravity or lunar eclipses. It's about something much more powerful. The F12 key. I guess apparently I've hacked someone's YouTube channel using browser tools designed to preview fonts and CSS shadows.
Oh.
Apparently editing HTML in your browser is now considered a cybercrime if a flat earther sees it. Strap in, guys.
So that's funny. Some of my young students think that using the F12 key, using the developer tools stuff to modify a page, a non-live page, they think that's hacking. And I told them, I informed them as much as I could, as the teacher I am. I was like, well, it's not really hacking. Nothing is saved when you do that, so it's not really hacking. And I mentioned to them, the only way that can be used as hacking, really, like considered any kind of hacking, is if there's a saved password that is somehow encrypted in the saved passwords section, or requires a password to get access to saved passwords, but the way the autofill's working, the field is not protected properly. You can often change a text field from password to text very easily in an F12 debug mode, and then get just plain text. Get a plain text version of that password, that auto-filled password. there are ways you can protect from that stop you from being able to see it, even if you do modify it. But a lot of websites are just like, they're just lazy and they just haven't put the protections in. And so if you change the password field to a text field, often you can get a plain text version of the password.
We're about to break
That's
down
the only way that you
denial,
can consider
and
it
digital
hacking.
paranoia like never before. So first, what we're going to do is we're going to go over what is the inspect element. The inspect element tool is built into every major browser. It allows you to see and temporarily edit the code of any web page on your own device. It's like drawing a mustache on a magazine photo.
Yeah.
The photo in the real world,
Yeah.
unchanged. But to our Flat Earth friend Vlad, I apparently used inspect element to change someone else's YouTube channel. That's not misunderstanding tech. That's mistaking Microsoft Paint for a missile launch system. If HTML editing is hacking, then every 12-year-old who made their MySpace profile pink in 2007 was an international cyber terrorist. The second thing I want to go over tonight is the psychological profile of projection and paranoia. Now, there are 4 sections to this, and we're going to go over projection, cognitive dissonance, in-group, out-group dynamics, and delusional grandeur. When someone falsely accuses others of hacking just because they saw some HTML tags change, we're not dealing with technical ignorance. We're dealing with psychological defense mechanisms. Projection is when conspiracy theorists accuse others of what they themselves are doing, lying, manipulating, or hiding information. It's not uncommon for someone spreading baseless claims to call everyone else a sheep or accuse mainstream science of deception while they're the ones twisting facts or cherry-picking data to fit their worldview. When the world doesn't seem to align with their beliefs, conspiracy theorists experience mental discomfort. Cognitive dissonance, if you will. Instead of adjusting their worldview, they contort reality to maintain it. For example, if a flat earther sees a satellite image, they must claim it's fake CGI rather than Earth's curvature. In-group, out-group dynamics. This is about tribalism, us versus them. Conspiracy believers often form tight-knit communities where disagreement is betrayal and outsiders are seen as threats. This dynamic reinforces loyalty and discourages critical thinking, because questioning the group means you might get kicked out of the echo chamber. Delusions of grandeur. Many conspiracy theorists cast themselves as brave whistleblowers or misunderstood geniuses. This inflated sense of importance shields them from admitting error. After all, how could they be wrong if they're the only ones who truly get it? They see themselves as chosen to expose the truth, while the rest of us are just blind followers. The third thing I want to go over is the email that Roger That sent Vlad. Now, we're going to read the whole email, and I'm going to point out things that Roger That said that really resonate with the actual situation. It's an all too common sight to watch a man shrink into the smallest version of himself at the mere suggestion of an honest, civil conversation. That's exactly what happened on your last stream. I've never been rude in your channel. I never crossed any lines. I approached you respectfully and arranged a debate, one you were already aware of through prior conversations with Max, and yet you responded with hostility. Here's the hard truth. The problem with most flat earthers isn't that you understand science and came to a different conclusion.
Okay, wait. Yeah, totally agree. With this this comment, it's it's one of those things where I know some streamers, even some small streamers, just basically try to ignore chat and just focus on whatever they're doing. But I like interacting with you guys. I like talking with you guys. It's the reason why I stream, basically. Otherwise, I would just do videos, you know. And even then, I reply to every comment that people leave on my videos, unless sometimes I if it doesn't warrant a response necessarily, it's just a statement of or something. Sometimes I'll just reply with the heart, you know. I'll just give you the Rorius heart. And then sometimes there are comments that are just benign nonsense on like old popular videos, and those ones I don't bother to reply to. Yeah, see, like Fireboy writing the word statement. I wouldn't normally respond to that because it's just not worth my time. It's not worth interrupting the content either.
Is that you had nothing going on in your lives. Lonely, bitter, and disconnected. You found a makeshift family in Flat Earth. It didn't matter that it was built on lies. It gave you something to belong to. That's what you're defending. Not truth, not evidence, not science. Just a sense of community. One that tolerates your arrogance and lets you preach nonsense without question. You can't defend Flat Earth with facts, and you know it. You defend it with emotion and ego because facts would destroy your entire identity. You're no different than Mikey Smith, except he actually had the balls to talk to people. Say what you will about him, but at least he wasn't a coward. You are. You blocked me, then ran your mouth for 5 hours behind that wall. That's not confidence. That's cowardice dressed up in delusion. You pretend to be something you're not. You lie to your audience. You lie to yourself. You spew misinformation with a straight face, and the only thing holding your narrative together is the hope that no one calls you out. Well, consider yourself called. You're not a truth seeker. You're a con artist clinging to a fantasy because reality didn't have a place for you. Keep hiding behind your block button in your echo chamber. Just know this, every time you open your mouth, you confirm exactly what you are. A fraud, playing pretend. Terrified of the day someone smarter walks through your front door and flips the lights on. That's all you are. You're small and you know it. That's why you won't debate me. You'll be found out quickly. Okay, all right. Now I don't know if this is the whole thing, but I'm gonna read the rest of it. So Vlad responds to this email with, "You're on an agenda. I've asked all of you to state your business and you refuse. You're wasting our time and we will no longer have it. Please do not." It says Ema, but maybe whatever. He had a stroke before hitting the send button. Roger that then responded. "I stated repeatedly in your chat and again in this email that I was there to set up a debate. Are you slow in addition to being intellectually dishonest? All you had to do was match the respectful manner in which you were asked and declined my offer. Instead, you chose to get triggered and turn your chat loose on me like a fucking toddler would. You sit there on your stream and call everyone a liar. Look in the fucking mirror, Vlad. You're nothing but one. You got some serious issues, all of which offer a window into why you're an angry, lonely little man. Get fucked, Vlad. I'll be out there. You chose poorly and now I see you the same way I see Arwen. Ask around what happened to his channel. Make sure you stay well within YouTube's TOS or you're going to remember my name for a long time to come." Now, he didn't show this whole email. I mean, he showed it, but he didn't read it out. He didn't, because he didn't want anyone to see it. He just kind of skimmed over it. It's amazing, really. Well, let's continue. There's some points that I want to point out on this email. One of them being the lonely, bitter, and disconnected. That's something that he has completely admitted to at the beginning of the stream that we got this from. He goes on to say, "I've lost out on relationships. My family won't talk to me. My friends won't talk to me. You think we like being flat earthers?" That's every single flat earther's same exact story. Same exact story.
I'll have
we
to
don't
check
feel
the
bad for you.
comments.
You're looking for sympathy from somebody, and it's not going to be us. It's not going to be the people that understand reality. Because the reality of the situation is you are decidedly stupid. Now let's continue. This email, the first email, wasn't hostile. It was honest. And like most truth bombs, it detonated at the doorstep of someone not ready to confront their own fragility. What followed was 45 minutes of unfiltered emotional catharsis. Vlad couldn't disprove anything in the email, so he dismissed it with one word: hate. That's not a rebuttal, that's a tantrum. He read an articulate critique like it was a death threat. Bro, it wasn't a manifesto, it was a mirror. You just didn't like what you saw. The fourth thing that we're going to go over today is the hacking incident. Vlad claims, along with PJ and all these other freaking idiots, that I, myself, or my colleagues have hacked YouTube channels by using dev tools. That's like saying someone rewired your home because they turned the thermostat down. No passwords were stolen, no data exfiltrated, no exploit executed. Just fear, plain technological, illiterate fear. I didn't hack your YouTube channel, Vlad. I right-clicked on it and changed some text for a screenshot. Your cybersecurity strategy can remain the same, hiding behind a ban button and a bathrobe. All right, so this one is a multi-part section. It's section 5. Flat Earth as a coping mechanism, and we're going to go over alienation, anti-authority.
Oh, no. Maddie, you're right, 100%. There's no way. I'm not... So I've looked ahead a little bit. Sorry, we're switching over to Silk Song chat for a brief moment here. Yeah. No. I've looked ahead a little bit just to see, because I was doing some mission, and I was a bit confused about it, so I was like, I'll just quickly look up to see what the next step of the mission is. And I immediately discovered that it was related to an ending of the game, and I was like, oh shit. And so I was like, I kind of forgot that maybe some of the endings might require certain missions done, and certain missions maybe half done in this case. So I immediately was like, okay, what do I need to know for the endings of the game? What do I need to know for attempting to get all the endings? I happen to know that the end of the game isn't the end of the game. Yeah. There's one, from what I can see, there's just one ending you can lock yourself out of. And so I might try to get it. I don't know if I'll actually be able to get it because of the conditions required to get it. But then yeah, I've seen that, yeah, it much like when you're fighting the Hollow Knight in Hollow Knight, there's two ways to beat the final boss. And what I've discovered is yes, maybe people who want to not have spoilers for a Silk Song, skip like 30 seconds into the future, because I'm gonna just say, and for those who are watching live, just like maybe pause it for like 10-15 seconds and then hit the go to live button so it jumps forward. Is that yes, if you finish the final boss in the right way, the whole Act 3 is unlocked, which is a whole third section of the game with quite a bit more content in it. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be getting through that before my surgery. I'm definitely not getting through Act 3 before the end of the surgery. But I want to get to the boss. I want to get to the big boss, end of Act 2, and at least beat him the normal way. Well, attempt him the side way, but otherwise beat him the normal way. Yeah. Because from what I understand, you can get every ending with one save file, and the only side ending that you can get is from one particular mission. You have to have not completed it to get the ending. And otherwise it's all just like a linear progression of sorts. So yeah, I've looked ahead just to make sure that was the case, and yeah, no, I the fact that I'm only just sort of scratching the surface of Act 2 at the moment, it's unlikely I'm gonna get through Act 3 before my surgery date. I'm gonna be playing it today. After the stream today, I'm gonna be recording a bunch of episodes. So wish me luck. Anyway, oh wait, just like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, the credits are only 1/3 part of the yeah. It would seem there's a few games like that nowadays where it's like the credits are really like either halfway through or a third of the way through, or yeah. Yeah. Is New Zealand heavily inhabited, or does it have a lot of unpopulated land full of wildlife? The second thing. We landmass wise, New Zealand is actually quite big. It's bigger than the UK. It's bigger than many countries in Europe. But it's actually the same size, or it's pretty much identical to Japan, and very, very similar to Vietnam in terms of size of landmass. But we only have 5 million people, and almost all of them live in Auckland. So there are vast swaths of land which are just either wilderness or farmland. We have a lot of the South Island is flattened for farmlands, which is very unfortunate, but we still do have a lot of just bush, wildlife land, thankfully. And I know there's a lot of places that they want to basically turn into reserves, because we don't really want to make much more. We don't want to deforest much more than we already have at this stage. Random side tangent. Just a completely random side tangent. Have you met the beast fly yet? I'm assuming you mean the one in the temple? In the chapel? If so, I met him, struggled, left him for quite a while, returned very recently, like like yesterday or something, in the release of today's videos, and finally killed him. Yeah, that's probably one of the hardest bosses I've fought, even though, like, I still think the final judge so far has been the hardest boss that I've fought. And when I say hardest, it's not even that it was really necessarily super hard, it's just that he just hit so hard in the second phase, and I just kept dying. And the run back to the final judge, or or the last judge. I forget what it's called. The last judge. God, that was such a mission. And the frog. I don't know what that is. The final two bosses and the frog took me an hour combined. Right. Right. Thing took me 4 hours. Yeah. No, you'll see it in the episodes coming up eventually. But the last judge for the end of Act 1's boss, that took me the better part of an hour, just grinding my face against it. And then the Beastfly, in the episode I was fighting him in initially, I probably spent the better part of like 45 minutes trying to kill him and then gave up. I came back to him in another episode recently, and in like 3 or 4 tries I killed it. Yeah. But I know that there's another Beastfly that spawns. I've seen it appear on Mark's game, on Mark's save. Only know the wildlife is diverse and unique geologically and constantly at risk of harm. Yes. No, 100%. There's all sorts of conservation efforts in New Zealand to try and keep our very unique ecosystem alive. Because, yeah, we're like 90% birds here. We have no mammals. No native mammals other than the bats. We have a couple of different species of bat, which are mammals. But other than that, we have no mammals in New Zealand. No native mammals. But the ones that aren't native are invasive and very dangerous. Things like stoats and weasels and we don't really have ferrets, but stoats are the really bad one. Oh, hey Tiana. Welcome. Second Beastfly took me very little time and was actually quite fun. Oh, good. Yeah. First Beastfly, hate that thing. Right. Yeah, no. That chapel, like, I got through it super quick and then just slammed my face into that boss for so long and then gave up. Also, runbacks have been, like, the main complaint I've seen for the game. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, what I've found is that almost every runback that I've struggled with, I've found a nice, like, shorter hand way of doing it. Like, even the run back to the last judge, I found a way to do it without having to fight a single thing. So it wasn't really that bad. No, it's I know Mark was complaining about that run back, but I didn't really find that too bad. There's a few run backs though that are really annoying, and what I will say is that the run back to the Beastfly wasn't so bad when I was first trying to fight it, but when I actually came back to it, a new enemy had appeared on the path to the boss that never used to be there. And so, like, it actually became more frustrating. Maybe because it's Act 2? I don't know. All I know is that when I came back to the Beastfly at that chapel, I had a more annoying run back. But ultimately, I killed the boss in a few attempts, so it wasn't such a bad deal. Yeah, because the first time I was trying to do it, I didn't have the needle upgrade. I didn't have the first needle upgrade, so I was doing just so little damage. I was having to. Oh, it was taking so long. YouTube flags my message for mentioning kiwis. Are they that endangered their existence can't be spoken of? What the heck? That's strange. Yeah, kiwis are a very strange bird, but yeah, they're also very endangered, so there's constant effort to try and keep their species alive. Because of all the things like rats and stoats and invasive mammals, mostly. Even cats and dogs to some degree. Flag message was little-legged kiwi fellas. Yeah. Why would that be weird? But yeah, so other than that, most of the most bosses, I haven't really had any trouble with the runbacks. But then again, I'm only halfway through the game, so at most. Maybe, I don't know. Weird. Really strange. Crap, there was something I was going to mention and I completely forgot. Wait, what was I saying? First piece shit, there was something I was going to mention. I've completely forgotten. Oh well.
Identity, community belonging, and ego validation. When someone says, the world lied to me, they're not talking about science, they're talking about life. Flat Earth fills a void. It gives purpose, identity, and fellowship. But here's the truth, that belonging isn't built on discovery, it's built on rejection of experts, of science, of dissent. And when that gets threatened, like it did in that email, the walls go up and suddenly inspect element is a cyber weapon. Calling someone a hacker for editing HTML is what happens when identity and belief become indistinguishable. To question one is to threaten the other. That's not science, that's religion without the theology. So why do people believe the earth is flat? Spoiler alert, it's not because they measured anything. Let's break this down into 4 psychological drivers that tend to orbit the belief system, and none of them will involve telescopes. Alienation. A lot of folks who fall into flat earth ideology describe a long-standing sense of disconnect from institutions, from society, even from the people around them. The modern world feels overwhelming, confusing, and worst of all, indifferent.
See, that's the thing, is see, this is the thing, is that most of the time I have found that there's either a secret bench that makes it way easier, or just a different bench that makes it like a little bit easier, a little bit nicer, or there's a better path that people haven't discovered. Like, for instance, when Mark was fighting the last judge, he had forgotten about the like up and across shortcut in the pathway up to the boss that makes it so you don't have to fight a single enemy on the way to the boss. So he was fighting like 3 different enemies on the way to the boss. I don't know, he might have been like dodging or avoiding them, like not actually killing them, but he had to face 3 different enemies on his way to fight the boss every single time. I quickly discovered that the very first enemy, the little bug that falls down, you can just like jump, land underneath him and then like leap off to the side, so you can like skirt the enemy and not really have to deal with him. But then of course once you get up to the next like platform, you can just go up the shortcut, and that skips everything else that you have to actually kill. And a lot of the time the parkour stuff, people are inclined to do, like for instance pogoing. It is Vsauce Michael, yep. I'll say, to save you some pain, when you fight the frog, there's a quite secret bench that's much closer. Right, okay. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out. If I'm fighting something that's like frog-like, I'll remember that a little bit of information. But yeah, a lot of the times people see the like pogo stuff, like the bells that you can pogo off of, and they like just in here, like from what I've noticed, at least from what I've seen, people are like, you gotta pogo off them. The pogo things are there, you may as well, you're supposed to pogo off them. But a lot of the times, once you're sprinting and you're leaping and got your floating skirt, and stuff like that. And now I've actually just in the last episode unlocked the next ability, which is, Marcus describes it as like a second dash, but it's the hook shot thing. I can never remember the name of it. Clawline. With all that stuff, most of the time you don't need to pogo. You can just leap and float your way over most of the parkour stuff, and you might need to pogo off one thing. But like in many scenarios where there's like multiple things to pogo off, you can usually just pogo off the middle one and not worry about the rest. Like you can save yourself time and effort, and like stress, I guess. by just minimizing what you actually have to interact with on the way to a boss. If you're like running to a boss, or you're running through an area and you're not like paying too much attention because you're transiting to somewhere else, you can oftentimes like skip a lot of the platforming stuff. Because yeah, there's no need for it.
Flat Earthers offer a world where you matter, where you figured out something everyone else missed. Anti-authority identity. This isn't just about...
Unfortunately, I have YouTube's flagging system on its minimal settings. There's no lower setting I can put it on, unfortunately. I wish I could turn this shit off. It is useful in terms of when someone comes on and just starts spamming stuff, but unfortunately, there's no way to turn this thing off. I thought, because I remember there was a period of time there where I was like, I'm just going to turn it all off, because I got sick of it. I was like, I'm sick of it flagging stuff that I don't want it to flag. I'm just going to turn all of the protection stuff off, and it still didn't work. Yeah, this is also true. When it's just mods saying stuff, thankfully mods never get flagged. So, an option to help someone not get flagged is to make them a mod, but I don't want to do that to every single person because it gives you powers over others, and I'd rather just keep it to my small set of mods. But yeah, mods can always help you get something across. Free mod. Yeah, if you say something and it doesn't come through, you can always ask Maddie or someone like that to post your comment on your behalf. Anyway,
distrusting science. It's about distrusting everything. The government, education, NASA, Big Globe, TM, and anyone with a lab coat or a title. Flat Earth becomes the ultimate rebellion, a middle finger to the man, even if the man is just your high school science teacher. Because if you can't control your rent or your job or your healthcare, at least you can deny gravity. To some people, NASA faking the moon landing is more believable than their uncle posting a fake Facebook post, because one's personal and the other one is authority. Community belonging. When people feel left behind by society, they often look somewhere, anywhere, to belong. Flat Earth groups offer camaraderie, live streams, jargon, in jokes. They become a support group for people who never felt heard. It's like a fandom, but instead of Marvel movies, they're watching plane flight paths and screaming at globes at Target. And finally, for this section, ego validation. Let's not pretend this isn't fun for them. Believing the Earth is flat makes you special. You're the lone voice of truth in a world full of sheeple. You're Neo. You're Galileo. You're the hero of your own YouTube comment section. It's the dopamine hit of being right without needing to be right. So when we ask, why do people believe in flat Earth? It's not about evidence, it's about identity. It's a cocktail of isolation, rebellion, belonging, and a whole lot of self-importance. Less about facts, more about feelings. Let's go over the things that we learned tonight. We learned editing HTML is...
Yeah. No, there's a good video from Philosophy Tube that talks about that. Or talks about the same kind of concepts. Hold up. See if I can find it. We won't watch it because I would rather you go and watch it yourself. But it is... Well, transhumanism is a really good video, actually. But there's a video, maybe one of these ones up here, like this video on Stoicism, or which one was it? Crap. I don't remember which video it is. This video somewhere around here that talks about the talks about like a prism or a phantasm of understanding, and it's like basically it's how people that believe in stuff like flat Earth and other conspiracy theories can like they create these prisms in their mind which warp the information coming in to meet their worldview. Yeah, a really fascinating video, so I would highly recommend it. Anyway, soft image was a blessing. It changed 3D animation. One second, I'll just once again check the Check the thing for timestamps. Nope. Okay, let's
When Half-Life
switch to this.
When Half-Life 2 was released back in 2004, its character animation quickly grabbed attention. The faces of background characters shifted with subtlety. Most games of that era simply couldn't manage in real time. Eyebrows lifted unevenly, and lips curled into smirks or twitched mid-sentence, and subtle expressions blended naturally into speech. This was made possible by a real-time facial system that Valve called Flex, built on a shapely foundation entirely in Softimage. As you can see, the Flex system was Valve's in-engine method of facial animation, which is a way to blend multiple vortex-based shape targets, or flexes, to create expressions in real time. And here is the interesting thing. Instead of baking facial movement into animation clips, Flex allowed the source engine to dynamically combine dozens of facial shapes at runtime. Each flex represented a small facial action, like a brow raise, cheek puff, or lip curl, and the system layered them together based on scripted events, in addition to voice lines or player interaction.
Oh, do be careful.
The collaboration between Valve and Softimage defined Half-Life's entire production process, and the roots of that partnership went back actually a decade. You see, between 1993 and 1996, Softimage gained traction in film and VFX, introducing facial shape animation through its actor module. It became popular with some Japanese studios, but was still a niche tool in Western game development. That began to change when Avid released Softimage 1.0 in 2000, which was a complete rebuild focused on character work, animation, and integrated modeling. By 2003, as Valve ramped up development on Half-Life 2, they chose Softimage as their only 3D animation software. Everything from props to characters was modeled, rigged, and animated in Softimage. What made this work so well was how closely Softimage's shape animation system aligned with Valve's needs of facial animation. Morph targets sculpted in XSI, translated directly into the flex shapes used by the source engine. And with its non-destructive workflows and animation mixer, Valve's artists could revise characters quickly without rebuilding rigs or redoing facial logic. The strategy of Valve worked. They approached facial animation through a system inspired by the facial action coding system, or FACS for short. On a side note, this was developed in behavioral psychology to describe expressions as combinations of individual muscle movements, or action units. So Valve took the smart approach. Rather than building full face expressions, they broke down emotions into small emotions, like brow pinches, cheek lifts, lip corner pulls, and so on. Softimage let them sculpt each of these as a separate target, then layer them live, and refine combinations without breaking the whole system. Artists could adjust how shapes blend together, preview results, and stay flexible throughout the production, and exporting shapes into the source engine use Valve's custom.
It's only 1.5 speed, but still, it sounds... I'm not used to it. It does sound funny.
In fact, Softimage's SDK gave Valve the ability to write clean exporters, while its scripting tools made it easy to automate naming and batching, so artists could stay in Softimage from start to finish, without offloading tasks to pipeline engineers. On top of that, Valve built FacePoser, a GUI-based sequencer that let animators keyframe flex shapes and drive lip sync from audio and refine emotional beats. The system analyzed wave files, generated phenom shapes, and let artists layer additional motion. Since the shapes were authored in XSI, playback in engine matched what was sculpted in the tool. This pipeline was extended to the community when Half-Life 2 shipped in 2004. Over the next few years, Softimage continued building on that momentum. In 2005, it unveiled Face Robot, a dedicated facial rigging tool designed for soft tissue deformation and anatomical realism. We actually made a video about this tool if you want to check it out. Face Robot 1.5 even added a game export mode, converting its high-end setups into bone-driven animation compatible with real-time engines. Meanwhile, Valve kept expanding the Flex system. Team Fortress 2 actually exaggerated facial shapes to fit its stylized look, but used the same pipeline. And across all the different projects, sculpting still happened in Softimage, and the Vertex Delta export allowed the same path into the engine. By 2008, Autodesk had acquired Softimage from Avid, and the software would be sadly discontinued a few years later. But its impact on facial animation pipelines and the Flex system it helped enable remains one of the most important animation tools in the game development industry. Other developers paid attention, and the methods Valve used became more common as teams explored facial animation in greater depth. Shape rigs based on individual muscle movements began replacing older rigs that relied on jawbones or simple blends between preset faces. As you might expect, middleware companies saw a growing demand for tools like this and began filling in the gaps. FaceFX was the first major example. It was built to automate audio to shape mapping, much like FacePoser. It integrated into Unreal Engine and other 3D animation software, supporting both morph targets and bone-based setups. FaceFX wasn't a clone of FacePoser, but it offered similar features for studios that didn't have the engineering bandwidth to build their own solution from scratch. At the same time, Softimage developed Face Robot. This was a higher-end solution aimed at film and high-budget games, allowing animators to place anatomical landmarks on a mesh and generate deformation systems that mimics flesh and skin movement. This took some of the guesswork out of building facial rigs, especially for expressions driven by subtle compressions or surface tension. Valve kept refining Flex in Team Fortress 2. They exaggerated expressions to match the stylized visuals, but the underlying system remained the same. Flex was shape-based, keyframe-driven, and controlled through the same toolchain as Half-Life 2. When Valve released Source Filmmaker, they extended the system further, giving creators access to the timeline and Flex controllers for animation, in addition to sound and lighting. At every stage, the workflow stayed tied to XSI. An artist could sculpt shapes in Softimage, export vertex deltas, and sequence them through the Flex timeline. The tools Valve relied on in Softimage shaped every part of that experience. Exercise Shape Editor let artists build a wide set of expressions at once and reuse them across multiple characters. Since the human characters in Half-Life 2 shared a common base mesh, Valve could generate variety through controlled offsets, bigger noses, stronger jaws, narrower cheeks, while keeping the same flex shapes active. That meant the facial rig logic didn't need to change, only the mesh inputs. As shape-based animation became more familiar, other studios started building rigs using similar concepts. Some used morph targets, others converted the same actions into one movement, but the structure followed Valve's lead. Facial rigs moved away from the macro poses and towards smaller layered adjustments, and the industry began shifting towards rigs built with composable parts. This approach has remained common. It's built into character tools across the board now, from MetaHuman to arcade face tracking to custom rigs in Unreal Engine, in addition to other places. The idea of authoring detailed facial shapes once and controlling them through timeline or
I've never really messed around with like character animation stuff in like facial animation stuff in any game engine, to be fair. Like I briefly tried to do it with briefly tried to learn it for the source engine stuff that I was doing back in the day, but I quickly discovered I was just like, I have no idea what I'm doing. The face poser and like VCD file stuff for source engine games and mods, I just did not understand at all. Compared to a pure waveform fed directly into your mind. Oh my god, imagine the days when you can interact with digital media that way. Just like inject stuff into your brain.
audio input has become the default way to think about facial animation. Softimage itself was retired in 2014 after Autodesk phased it out, but the workflows it enabled, especially in the Flex system, are still relevant. Many of the techniques for shape organization, nonlinear blending, and clean export came directly from how XSI handled character animation. The tools may have changed, but the patterns remained. And there you have it, guys. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up, and please subscribe to this channel to receive more videos like this.
Yeah. No, I am quite fascinated by old 3D modeling tech. I've talked about this before. I really want to get my hands on like a super old 90s era 3D modeling software. One that might be able to do something like, or have similar render settings to old games that would like pre-render 3D backgrounds for like PS1 games and stuff like that, and like whatever they used to make Riven back in the day when they made they made like graphics like that. Riven. Oh. Damn games and stuff using cyan game. Oh, here we are. Oh, it's gonna show all the new stuff, isn't it? Damn it, it's gonna show all the images are gonna be of the remake. Now that there's a remake, all the images have been replaced with remake stuff. But yeah, it looks so different in the remake. The era when they made graphics like this. There's a new tab. I really want to get a 3D engine that 3D modeling software that can make this that makes stuff that looks like this. Because there's something about that era of graphics that I freaking love. Oh. I was like, wait, maybe if I put original. Yeah, no, it's not coming up with the original stuff. Yeah. All the remake stuff is coming up now. But yeah, the old graphics of that era, actually, yeah, it'd probably be better if I looked up like Abe's Odyssey, yeah, Odyssey, backgrounds, and then immediately Abe's Exodus backgrounds come up, but either or, honestly. Yeah, like the pre-rendered backgrounds of the old Abe's games. Nope, that's modern one. That's also, what is this? This looks like some AI generated, like they've fed it Abe's Odyssey stuff, and it's spewed this out. What the fuck? Once again, that's the remake. Goddamn remakes making it hard to find the original stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I really want to get a 3D engine that will remake shit like this. This is not RuneScape. Nah, we're on the Reddit, and we're just talking about stuff, all sorts of stuff. And in this case, I've been just hopping on about my love of old game graphics. It was objectively worse graphics in modern time. But...
It's 7.
Yes. And then K. Oh! Oh my god! It's one again! I want another!
What am I looking at? Vin Diesel. It's a 25-minute video.
I didn't intend for this video to be so big, but the more that I look into this, the more that I realize that
I probably won't watch the whole thing, even on 1.5
There's a
speed.
dark underworld on Facebook, a cult maybe, that worships Vin Diesel. And a while ago, while I was messing around in these fan groups, I stumbled upon a discovery that fascinated me. Vin Diesel, my tiger. What a group name. Look at this.
Yeah, no, that I totally agree. I love when games will just use old school graphics methods, but not worry too much about it being like authentic. Just use the old stuff and make new stuff with the old stuff, you know?
They're welcoming their new members. Pretty much every single person on this list is impersonating Vin Diesel. Mark Vincent, Vin Diesel private page, Vin Diesel private chat, another Vin Diesel private change. Vin Diesel,
No, probably not, MX. If you posted something
what is going on
today,
I was fascinated, but
we probably won't
surprise
reach
only
it.
led to more and more questions.
You never
Who are these
know,
people? Why
but
are they doing this? How many of them are there?
Yeah.
Are any of them actually Vin Diesel? Somebody has to investigate this, and I guess that person has to be me. It was only the first day, and I was already having a small mental breakdown. Okay, picture this. It was 12:30 in the morning, and I had spent the past 5 hours of my life posing as an 81-year-old woman named Janet Wimsington on Facebook. I was messaging at least 25 different Vin Diesel pages, rapidly clicking around 5 different messaging platforms. I was desperate to get anyone on a call, but they weren't budging. I was photoshopping selfies as Janet. I was pretending to be senile. I was pretending to not understand how computers work, but these people were resilient. Here, Vin Diesel's private page is asking me how the economic standard and security is over here. They were convincing, too. I almost sent this one my credit card information because I truly believed that he was Vin.
Anybody, but there wasn't someone that said I love you.
It's Vin Diesel!
And at this point, I was breaking down. What if this was all for nothing and I could never get these guys on a call? I mean, I could be building relationships, advancing my career, taking on extra hours at work. Anything would be better than this. This is so stupid. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. This is not a drill.
Hello.
Hello?
How are you?
Hello.
This is Vin Diesel. Or his manager, at least. And after hours of convincing and talking with him, I finally got on the phone. On this phone call, I didn't even mess with him, or try to. He said he was too busy to call me now, but he could call me just to hear my voice and make sure that I am who I say that I am.
Talk that I'm on a meeting. I told you I just want to hear your voice.
I guess my voice acting is a little better than I thought, because he actually seemed to believe that I was an 81-year-old woman.
Oh. Can we call tomorrow?
And if nothing else, my entire nights of work led up to this one sentence.
Of course, yes.
It's day 2, and I'm calming down a little bit because my efforts are working. I sadly did not get to call with Vin Diesel today. We couldn't get the times to work out, but I am in communication with somebody else. So the way these scams work is that I get into contact with Vin Diesel on Facebook, and Vin tells me that if I want to call with him, I have to purchase my Vin Diesel membership. Seems pretty straightforward, but
I've reacted to some of your stuff, MX, before.
So I asked to speak with a manager, and eventually I'll get an email from Vin Diesel management. I try to speak with customer service. I try to speak
I've
with
definitely seen some of your
stuff
on the Reddit before. I tried to get on the phone. Might have been a long time ago, but I remember seeing your username on there.
At least I thought it was it until I got a chat message from Jimmy Kent, a representative of Fast Management. And at this point, I
81-year-old woman, Rorius. Guess who?
I messed up the call with Vin Diesel. Okay, hear me out. I got home from work on a Friday and then promptly spent hours trying to get him onto a phone call with me. I had to tell him that I was going out to buy a $500 Apple gift card, but instead of going home afterwards, I'd go to the casino. Then, at the casino, I refused to simply take a picture of the card because
Okay, so this is just messing with scammers. Which is all good, but let's move on. I want one. What on earth is this? This looks like it might be a head crab puppet you can wear. Yeah, you might if you're unable to stay up or wait for the stream towards the end of the stream, then oftentimes if stuff is posted on the day, the most likely time I'll be reacting to it is right at the end of the stream. So, you know, what a lot of people do is they just wait till after the stream is live, and then check the very end of the stream and see if their stuff got reacted to. But yeah, it would always get eventually reacted to, unless it has like copyrighted stuff or every now and then it's like something I just don't want to watch. Yeah, but usually I will watch everything. I'll react to everything. But yeah, very weird but interesting little like puppet thing, model thing. Looks pretty authentic. Looks good. Portal, but the portal surfaces are inverted. What's chapter chamber 17 only. Okay. Okay, wait, shh. Okay. Chamber 17. Here we go. Okay.
Chamber 17 is unlike any other chamber in Portal. While most tests are designed in isolation from one another, Chamber 17 contains a marathon of puzzles that need to be solved using a single, persistent object. In order to complete the level, we need to use one of gaming's most iconic characters, the Companion Cube. Oh, and 15 other cubes of varying origin. Escorting just one cube to the end of the chamber would be far too easy, so I turned my channel members into cubes to up the difficulty. Probably unethical, but this is Aperture Science after all. To progress to the next chamber, each and every cube must be brought to the incinerator at the end of the map. Now it's definitely unethical. Holy cow, there are a lot of cubes. Getting everyone through here is going to be a bit of a problem, so I'm just going to portal them to the end. Probably easier. Alright, we now have a tower of channel members here. Oh my god! Okay, this might not have been the... You gotta get out of the way. You gotta get out of here. Not die. We need to get them all to the end in a very orderly fashion. Okay, that's a problem. What? I gotta go all the way back here?
Yeah.
Okay. Got a bunch of people through
Submit
here.
more as whenever the intention is
So
for
I
something.
actually can portal straight to the end, but I'm actually curious to see whether or not I can sync every
Right,
orb
I
into
see what
the
you mean. I see what you
receivers.
mean.
That one did not change much. Alright, so for the second one, I can just put a portal right above it. I need to redirect one of these orbs into a portal, so something like this should work. Alright, perfect. Alright, so the last receiver is pretty far back here. What's the best way to do this? Probably something like this. Alright, that actually worked out very well. Now we just need to get every cube to the end. Could have just portaled there the whole time, but I thought it was more fun to do it this way. Oh, yeah. I mean, you all know where you're ending up. It's your turn. Why is the door not opening? Did I forget someone? Oh, please don't tell me a cube fell out of the map somewhere. Should have known one of you would hide from me. There we go. Yeah, don't hit me with those innocent-looking eyes. I'm still incinerating you. There we go.
Nice.
Alright, well that was complete chaos. Yeah, it took a lot longer because, you know, lost a cube. May have died a couple of times.
Okay. Weird. This is an interesting mod and an interesting... There's several moments there where I was like... I forgot. I briefly was like, wait, was that always white? Like white surfaces in that room? No, the whole point of the mod was that all the surfaces were inverted. So, yeah. Anyway, change your profile picture to Clippy if a company keeps annoying you. Oh? No timestamps. It's serious.
I was listening to the
Right.
I was listening to the Facebook whistleblower hearings with Senator Josh Hawley a few months back. One of the elements that stuck out to me was when they were talking about how if an underage girl has deleted a selfie, Meta keeps track of this because they know that this person likely has low self-esteem at that moment that they deleted a picture of themselves, which means that they may be more apt to purchase something from an advertiser or a cosmetic product.
Until 4
and I think about this within the context of
no.
what companies used to get in trouble for and what they do, or more importantly, don't get in trouble for today. I grew up in the 90s, a time when Microsoft had hell and fury fall down upon them because they bundled a web browser with their operating system. Whether you think this is a good idea or not, I personally think that a web browser being installed in every single person's computer that's standards non-compliant, that is so bad that you can literally get a virus from visiting a website, has its problems. But when you look at what it is that companies got in trouble for in the 90s, it just doesn't hit the same when you look at what companies get away with now. I remember having a Dell Dimension 233 back in the day, and if you wanted to get the one that had slightly better graphics, they would give you a free installation of Microsoft Office. And with Microsoft Office back in the day, it came with Clippy. Whether or not you like Clippy and whether or not you like Microsoft Office, or having an operating system that had the browser built into it that could easily get you a virus when you visited other websites that were trying to invade your privacy, the one thing that you could say, unlike Facebook, who is trying to profit off of young girls that feel suicidal, Clippy simply wanted to help. He might have been annoying, but he just wanted to help. There were no ulterior motives. If you told Clippy that you were having a bad day, he wasn't going to use that information to try and figure out which advertiser to sell you to, nor was he trying to steal your personal data or get you to purchase other Microsoft products. He had no ulterior motives. He was simply there to help. Unlike many modern pieces of software, like what you get from Adobe or Intuit, where you can't buy QuickBooks anymore. You can't buy a video editor anymore. You have to pay a subscription fee for it. If I were to boot up that computer that has not been used for 28 years, and I wanted to start up Microsoft Word, I could do so without connecting to the internet. And Clippy would still be there, happy and as enthusiastic as ever, simply wanting to help. Adobe is another example of this. This is a company that tried to twist people's arms into having AI and machine learning stuff go through their personal data. Not public data, not the speeches that I give, not my website or my blog posts or my videos, but my private data, the stuff that I'm editing. And there were people that were not able to get into their account until they agreed to this new end user license agreement. When they are looking for access to your data, they're doing so because they want to train an AI on how to do what you do without paying you, without your consent. Clippy simply wanted to help. When Clippy would ask you if you wanted help with writing your letter, Clippy wouldn't even read the contents of your letter. He just wanted to offer suggestions. Game of Thrones had, spoiler alert, there's this Sons of the Harpy in season 5. They were these people that wore masks and they pushed back against the new regime. And the purpose of the mask was to let the leaders know that when you see people with this mask, we are against you and your new regime, and we are going to push back against it as often as we can. And the worry with the Sons of the Harpy mask is that it starts with one person putting the mask on, and then somebody else gains the balls to put the mask on, and then 20 or 40 or 100 of them put the mask on. And once 100 or 1,000 of them put the mask on, there's nothing that the leaders can do at that point. Enough people have put it on, and enough people have come together with solidarity. And they're going to do something about it. Now, granted, this may not be the best analogy because, spoiler alert, they were trying to bring back slavery and they also were just bad people. Khaleesi kind of became a shitbag at that point. But besides, I think that Clippy is like a modern day Sons of the Harpy mask. If you're tired of companies changing the terms of the sale after the sale and getting away with it, turn your profile photo to a Clippy. If you're tired of companies that have the ability to reach into your house and ransomware your products, that they stop working unless you pay them again, claiming that that's legal, but then when somebody tries to give you back access to what you bought and paid for, that's illegal, change your profile photo to a Clippy. If you're tired of sex bots invading the comment section on a regular basis and their comments always posting with no problem, but your comments being censored even when you're not saying anything that bad, change your profile picture to a Clippy. If Google, being one of the premier data mining companies on earth, not being able to tell that little fucking cat with 2 pillows next to it that they try to make look like an ass so that thirsty young men click it as they normalize sex trafficking on the platform that doesn't allow you to express an opinion bothers you, change your profile picture to a Clippy and let them know that you're not happy. Clippy never tried to normalize sex trafficking. He just wanted to help. If you're tired of companies saying out loud that the reason they want to keep you from fixing what you bought and paid for is that that may take money away from them, change your profile photo to a Clippy. I never expected to win the legislative battle. It would be nice if I did, but it was never something that I set as I need to do this or I'm a failure. What I always hoped to do was win the cultural battle, where all of you understand what's going on and you decide that enough is enough. If I ever have a chance in my personal life to push back against this, I will. You're maybe not going to send that email that you're supposed to send to Interso to tell them, oh, by the way, make sure this chip doesn't end up on Mouser.com. Here's an NDA, blah, 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 the supplier agreement. Maybe just forget to send that email. When there's a new consumer rights law that the senator that you work for is on the fence about supporting, and there's a lobbyist that's going to be against it that wants to have dinner. Whoops, maybe their invitation went to spam. I didn't see that. Sorry, boss. Maybe you quit before you create a fake paywall to test if your customers will pay again for what they already paid for. Or maybe when you send out that ransomware firmware update, you make it opt-in instead of opt-out. Whoopsie, if in some bizarro world it is actually illegal to make a thermostat work again, and this bastard of a CEO decides to try and get the individual in trouble, 10 cases to prosecute, only got time for 6. Maybe I just ignore this one. When a company CEO logs into their Slack and sees 10,000 Clippies looking back at them, what I hope occurs is that they intuitively understand that they no longer live in a world where they can get away with fucking over the consumer. That their employees, their partners, are not going to be accomplices to this anymore. That they are alert and they are aware of what is going on, and they are going to politely but firmly push back against it. Every single one of those 10,000 people will be an obstacle to the anti-consumer practices and the anti-ownership practices, and it will no longer be another cog in the assembly line sending us all into a dystopia. There will be a moment where that one person who usually would not have a say in anything can be activated, and in that moment, keep the world from sliding further into a dystopia, or help push it forward in the opposite direction. But we all have to get together, and the first step is making it public that we know what's going on. That starts with a Clippy. On YouTube, if you're with me, I ask that you change your profile picture to a Clippy, At work, change your Slack profile picture to a Clippy. If you work at the White House, don't take down the United States flag, but somewhere on the grounds, put up a flag of a Clippy. Clippy is a symbol that what used to be considered one of the worst annoyances in our life would now not only be welcomed, but for all of its flaws, celebrated as an idol. Because for all of these things that occur right now, where there is negative malice of intent, I want to take away what you own. I want to take this back. I want to get your data. I want to sell you to an advertiser when I know that you're crying. Clippy just wanted to help. And if you were to turn him on today, unlike most cloud bullshit, he'd still work. Hulu Foundation is going to be announcing the winners of both the Future Home Bounty and the Echelon Bikes Bounty within the next month. Us offering 5,000 here, 20,000 there. It pushes the ball forward. But at the end of the day, that does nothing in contrast to organizing all of you. We're happy to get the ball rolling, but for us to truly win, we need to show that if you push us, Clippy clips back. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you all in the next.
Yeah, no, I feel strongly about all that stuff. Yeah. Once upon a time, people made stuff because they wanted to make something that's helpful to you. They just genuinely wanted to make something creative or fun or helpful or whatever. And now everything has to have an AI model attached to it that fucking reads every little detail about your browsing habits or your habits on your devices or your life. And having these all these predatory systems where it's you have to pay a subscription to own or to have access to use some software, some service that used to in the past just be available for a one-time purchase like anything else in the normal world. Yeah. I get very jaded about the modern world. That's why I think that's possibly why also I long for I love old games. I love old 90s video games, and I love like Windows XP and looking back at the old era of computers and technology and stuff, and they were genuinely simpler times. Yeah. Apprenticeship in a software engineering. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I wish you luck. I hope you get it. I hope you get a position. Yeah. Someone was sleeping. Someone had all their oh no. Those people weren't well kept, greasy hair, right? Right. Anyway. Feels familiar.
Can we vote on a new house rule, guys?
Wait, okay, let's just full screen this one.
Sure. What is it? I propose that we split the fridge horizontally instead of vertically so we all get our own shelves.
That sounds like a great rule.
Let's vote. Great. So all in favor of the new fridge split?
And allowing me to put hidden cameras in the shower. Say aye.
What are you doing?
Come on, guys. What are we waiting for?
You just added a new rule. We just wanted one rule.
Well, I just thought it would save us time if we voted on multiple things at once.
That's just super confusing.
We can all agree on the fridge thing, yeah?
Absolutely. It's a great idea.
Okay, so all in favor of splitting the fridge horizontally.
And allowing me to put a lock on both your doors and pimping you both out. Say aye.
Stop trying to slip in a bunch of stuff to the one thing that we agree on.
I don't know. Kind of down for the whole time-saving thing.
Finally, another free thinker.
Hey, you can't bribe them. That's illegal.
But lobbying is not.
What's the difference?
There is none.
All right, let's vote.
I'm not voting for any of that stuff.
Oh, we don't need you to. We have the majority.
Ugh. It's American politics. Yeah. Seems familiar. Actually, not just American politics. Fucking worldwide politics. Oh, we want to pass this thing that is universally agreed upon, but we're gonna freaking Like, yeah, it's a thing that's it's desperately needing passing, and it's a universally agreed upon thing. But we're gonna hijack that with all of our fucking agenda bullshit. Play the LinkedIn games. They're low-key fun. Interesting. You were gonna hijack this by putting in stuff that no one wants except us. Yeah. Anyway, we made a subway for cats.
It's taken me 4 months to build a subway system for Cat Town, but it's finally open today.
I've seen this before.
Mr.
I've seen
Nice will bring his cat
something
family
similar
to
to
the
this
first
before. It's
Hello,
insane.
Everyone. I'm Xing. Since I made the cat house 2 years ago, many people have left me messages asking if I could make a subway station for the cats. After thinking about it seriously for a while, there were 2 things I just couldn't figure out. One is, after the train arrives in the station, how to open the train doors and the platform doors simultaneously. And secondly, how to make a working escalator. Earlier this year, I decided to stop thinking about it and just get started. I'll tackle the problems one by one as they come. Of course, I had the confidence that I could get through it no matter what. It took me 4 months to get it finished, but I got it finished. Every time we finish a new scene, the biggest headache is the final cleanup. It literally is a headache. This time for the subway station, it was much easier because we have a robot.
Wait, I just realized I'm watching this at normal speed.
Okay, that was just a joke. The train with the cats is about to arrive. Let's go and welcome them.
Kitties, yeah. Kitties on a train. Their own personal train. It's crazy.
Welcome to Cat Town Station.
Crazy
Please give
cool.
way to alighting passengers before boarding. Okay, that's all for this video. Thank you for your support and love. Please like and subscribe. See you guys next time. Bye.
That's actually super cool. Like, making model trains that function, making like model escalators and stuff like that's crazy. That's amazing. How to use a dead printer to fake your own death?
Welcome to the Hung Zone.
Oh.
If you're watching this, you're already dead, or want to be. Either way, I can help you escape.
It's this again.
The Romans invented taxes. Then they invented faking death to avoid them. In 12 AD, Marcus Papirius jammed himself into a cart and claimed ascension. Today, we do the same with a printer.
Who is this? Who's doing these?
When you're dead, you don't owe the government, your ex, or the cartel. The squirrels can't trace the corpse. Not just any printer. It must have died with purpose. Lasers are for cowards. We need an inkjet that passed from this world clutching a dream. This is your skin now. Treat it with grief. A body without teeth is a lie. Find one molar. Place it where the paper used to go. This is your spiritual DNA. I simulated a car fire using cooking spray, a glass jar of gas station pickles, and the weeping of a cow. The closer to nature, the less questions they ask. Print the document that says you died. Sign it with a pharmacist's handwriting. Send it to yourself. Label it junk mail. Once the system believes you're gone, you are. After death, existence is a paper jam. You can hear the machine struggle, but no page arrives. This is peace. This is tax exemption.
Yeah. I'm so confused by these. These are so baffling to me. There's still heaps more credits, apparently. Yeah. I was half expecting like a jump scare or something at the very end. Who is making these? And why are there only 5 subscribers? I'm gonna subscribe. Only 5 subscribers, but they're getting posted on my Reddit. What the heck? Anyways, gonna hop off on my own stuff. Have fun. Oh, thanks. Yeah, all good, Digits. I'll see you. Yeah, thanks for joining us, and I'll see you next time. ChatGPT says I have 24 hours to live. Yeah, I'll see you, Digits. Have a good rest of your day. Also with the cat video, what space does that person possess to make those models? So true. So true. Like, to have the space and the money to make them. To just have a, like, running metro in their cat space. Just have... yeah, it's baffling to me. They must have, like, a mansion of a house to have the space to have those kinds of things. Subscribe to 2 Clicks Philip. Right. But yeah. I have no idea what this is about. The only thing I know for certain is that it lists them as being United States. That it says their name is James Hung, and that it's the Hung Zone. And that it's some weird shit. Some weird shit going on. Hello, does this thing work? And the person posting these to the Reddit is also the creator of the stuff. Yeah. I don't know. It's one of you. I'm convinced it's one of you in the community making these, and just pretending, to hiding that fact. I don't know. I don't know where he's from. He's just the U.S. All right, let's keep moving. One of my favorite Chris Morris bits. Anything written here? Nope. Okay. Oh, wait. This is probably going to get us claimed, but we'll give it a go. It's 4 minutes.
Did you mention to Jill how much Ted liked his Lego? He's made a great spaceship.
Yeah. She was worried it might be a bit old for him.
Well, he's pretty bright for a 7-year-old.
Hmm.
Incidentally, did he come home from school today?
No. No, he didn't.
Should have been home about 6 hours ago, shouldn't he?
Yeah. Do you think we should call someone?
Nah.
He probably just decided to stay overnight at the school.
Hello. Hi, it's Sue Jales here. Just calling about Ted in primary 3. Just wondered if he's been standing outside the school for a couple of weeks. Oh, right. She saw a bloke pick him up. Yeah.
Did the man have a car?
Yeah.
Good, it was horribly rainy.
Hello? Speaking. Oh, have you? Right. They found a body, love.
Oh.
Yeah. They want us to go over and identify him.
Well, can they bring him round?
Yeah,
Can they
we're,
bring him
just sort of,
round?
doing something at the moment. How about bunging him in a cab? All right. Oh, yeah, is he wearing blue plastic-framed glasses? Make him look rather studious. Oh, well, I'm pretty sure that's him. That's good enough for us, yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
It's good enough.
We've got to bury him ourselves.
Did they say what happened?
Sounds like he was buggered quite a lot and then strangled.
It's a bit much.
Apparently it was that bloody Mike Holland that did it. I'll have a word with him next time I see him.
Yeah. Well, you can tell him I'm pretty pissed off as well.
Mike Holland.
I've always thought he was a bit of a twit.
Dude, Jesus Christ. What the fuck? That's in a weird way. Well, not, I guess not so weird. Deeply upsetting. Dear.
Tomming up pest control for prank.
Oh, God.
Good evening, Pest Control. Can I help you?
Hello, is that the pest control people?
It is, yes.
Fantastic. It's Mr. Johnson speaking. Do you deal with pigeons?
We don't normally, but let me pass you to Gary.
Okay, fantastic.
Pest Control officer. Have a quick chat with him.
Okay, I will do. Thank you.
One moment, please. Hello.
Hello, is that Gary?
It is.
Hi, Gary. Do you deal with pigeons?
In what respect?
In the respect that they're everywhere and I need them taken care of.
Whereabouts are you?
I'm in Surrey.
Surrey?
Yes.
You're an awful long way away.
Richmond. In Richmond? Richmond, Surrey?
Yeah, well, I'm in, obviously, North London.
Oh dear. That would you not be able to travel?
I can travel. Money's not an object. What is occurring with these pigeons?
Well, what's not occurring, Gary? I mean, they're fucking everywhere. I say pigeons, they're more like fucking condors, mate. I mean, they're all over the place. They're shitting everywhere. I've got a Bentley GT Continental in the drive. There's shit all over it. Looks like a fucking igloo. They're just making my life a misery. I mean, the biggest one, you should see the size of it. It's putting a shadow over the house like something out of Independence Day. I'm expecting Jeff fucking Goldblum to pop out of the shed. A couple of them outside on the lawn right now playing swing ball. One of them in the pool with a fucking peach daiquiri reading Heat magazine. I mean, it's just beyond a joke. It's so stressful. My son, Jimmy's gone missing. Went up on the roof earlier. They fucking nicked him, raising him as one of their own. I mean, it's just beyond a joke. I don't know why they're hanging around. My wife's probably fucking one of them. That's what it is. Let's face it, she fucks everything else that moves the whore. But yes, it just really is quite stressful at the moment. Just looking at the bastard now to the side of him. It's like Falcor out of the Never-Ending Story. Jesus. So yeah, I mean, what sort of course of action would you take for pigeons, Gary?
Shoot them.
Shoot them. Oh, that would be fantastic. I'd like you to get round here with a crack team of boys and shoot the fuck out of them. Little bastards. I caught one of them in the kitchen earlier making a fucking omelette. He had my apron on, the cheeky bastard. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, it's just non-stop stress, mate, to be honest with you. And I would definitely like something done about it. It's
definitely a very British accent they've got going on there. Yeah, he's clearly putting on like a what I want to call like a boomer UK accent. He has a Bentley in the driveway. Yeah. Poppy came insult to our ward. What? Oh my god, don't tell me. Some group is offended by...
Shoot 'em ups have always been pretty popular. I mean, they're fast, exciting, and reward skill. It's easy to see the appeal. I suppose they are pretty mindless, though. Endless killing, blood, and gore, and not much in the way of nuance. Sensible Software were no stranger to shooters. They made their debut with Parallax, a superbly presented, extremely playable shoot 'em up. The later shoot 'em up construction kit even allowed players to make their own. Sensible had a pretty good reputation on the 8-bit machines.
I love that these are referred to
They
as
really hit
shoot 'em
big on
ups.
16-bit with Sensible Soccer, a super slick football game that was phenomenally popular. It cemented their reputation as top-tier developers and defined their signature top-down style with tiny sprites. The follow-up was to be a war-themed shoot 'em up.
I suppose I would...
Initially titled Lemmings with Weapons, but adopting the name Cannon Fodder soon after development started. It was to be classic Sensible,
I would
a quirky, well-polished fusion of genres. Something
wouldn't be
weird, something wonderful.
like bothered by
But they had
referring
no
to them
idea
as
what they
top-down
were getting themselves
shooter,
into.
top-down shoot 'em ups.
First, some quick historical context. A conflict occurred between 1914 and 1918, generally referred to as World War I. Many people died, and this was universally regarded as a bad thing.
Yeah,
A
perhaps
power
like an
was in
old-timey
fields.
Australian accent, but
Reference
an
to red
old-timey
poppies
Australian
growing in the
accent
graves of
isn't much
fallen
different
soldiers.
from a British
The poppy became a potent
like an
symbol of remembrance in
old-timey
many Commonwealth
British
nations.
accent.
The Royal British Legion, a charity supporting the armed forces and veterans, adopted the poppy as a trademark and a symbol of their poppy appeal. Alright, back to 1993. It is the 75th anniversary of the armistice. Every year, people wear the poppy in remembrance of the sacrifice made by the armed forces. Sensible Software are applying the finishing touches to Cannon Fodder. It is not a mindless shoot 'em up. It plays a lot like one, but there's a poignancy to it. Your soldiers have names. As they rank up, their skills improve, and you grow increasingly attached to them. But this is war, and it is seldom fair. A stray bullet or explosion can cruelly cut down your most cherished soldier, and there's little you can do. Losses are inevitable. At the end of each mission, there is a tribute to those lost in service. Somber music plays as the name of the fallen parades slowly up the screen. Alongside, two poppies drive home the message of remembrance. Gravestones start to appear on the hillside as more recruits pile in, queuing for service. Just a scattering at first, but as the missions stack up, the dead grow in number. Cannon Fodder is a war game with nuance. There aren't too many like it. In a CU Amiga preview, Sensible co-founder John Hare states, Cannon Fodder's the game we've always wanted to write. It makes you realise just how senseless war is. In keeping with its anti-war sentiment,
USA
the
has
poppy
an
was chosen
accent,
as the game's
alright.
main title screen. Thus, it was also the logical choice for the box art.
There's many
An image that was simple.
The USA, you guys have many, like, much like the UK, you have many accents. And even in New Zealand and Australia, we have different accents for different parts of the country, depending on where you live in New Zealand, Australia, wherever. You all, there's every place has different accents. But it's just that in the UK, you can travel like 5 minutes and the accent completely changes to a completely different accent. Whereas in like America, typically accents are state-based or approximately state-based. Like for New Zealand, you have to travel quite far before you start to notice the accent shift. It's much more fluid here. But like country folk in New Zealand tend to have a different accent to city folk, and the city folk, Aucklanders have a different accent to Wellingtonians, which have a different accent to Christchurchians, or whatever you want to call the people from Christchurch. Yeah. So yeah. But like, cause in the US, you got your southern drawl, and then you got your like Boston accent, your Chicago accent, your New York accent. There's and then if you got your Valley Girl California accent. Yeah. So it tends to be state-based or city-based, but yeah. You got lots of different accents in America.
Striking and strong. In thematic alignment, Sensible also planned to release the game on the 11th of November, Remembrance Day. In the
Yeah.
run-up to launch,
That's the thing, is like often people feel like they don't have an accent because that's what they're used to hearing. It's not until you start, yeah, it's like in terms of English, it's speaking with other English speaking countries, you really notice the accent difference. Oh god. See, my headphones, I have to plug my headphones in so far away from where I sit that they literally it sits hanging like this. It's really dumb. But yeah. So like if you speak a language, if your native language is one where there's only one country that speaks it, sort of thing. Like if you I don't know, for instance, let's say you speak Czech. Then it can feel like, it might feel like there is no accent in Czech. It's just Czech. But I'm not sure about that, honestly. By the way, I'm just pulling that out of my ass. But then and so yeah, you'd the first time you'd encounter other accents would be in foreign languages. But for the English speaking world, we're so familiar with it because British people sound so different from American people, which sound so different from Australian people, and Canadians have their quirks and New Zealanders have their quirks. So yeah. Anyway,
a magazine called Amiga Power decides to feature their exclusive cannon fodder review on their cover, with the image of the Poppy featured prominently, set beside the words Total War. Future Publishing, owners of Amiga Power, take out an advert promoting their range of video game magazines in an issue of the Sunday Mirror. It features Gamesmaster, Sega Power, Superplay, and Amiga Power, with each bearing the cover of their next issue, due for imminent release. So, Amiga Power was prominently emblazoned with the Poppy in a major UK newspaper. Someone noticed and took umbrage with the use of the symbol. Shortly after, the Daily Star, a major UK tabloid newspaper, caught wind of the controversy. They ran an article with the headline, "Poppy Game Insult to Our War Dead," and decried the use of such a sacred symbol for a trivial thing like a video game as shameful. Quotes included MP Mingus Campbell, who said, "It is monstrous that the..."
Although, no, I would still disagree with that. To a British ear or to a New Zealand or Australian ear, there is a default American accent. I'm gonna see if I can find default US accent. Let's see, this is a short video. This might...
When we're referring to the American accent, what are we talking about? So I teach the standard American English accent, which is very similar to more of the Seattle accent, a little bit more West Coast. It's become more of the standard where most people know how to understand this accent because of the way that newscasters use it for the most part. I do like that newscasters now are being portrayed with different accents, and I appreciate that variety so that we can all learn how to understand different variations of American English. But as I'm training the American accent, that's the accent that I am training. When we're...
Yeah. So if this woman is speaking with a generic or general American accent, then this is an example here of the general American accent.
We're referring to the American accent. What are we talking about?
What are we talking about? It's that, yeah, I suppose you'd think of a news reporter. That's you could say that's a sort of generic American accent. And there are some features of that accent which I use as well. Like when I say the word generic, or better examples are park and pork. When I say things like art or park, pork, I tend to speak with an American accent. Certain words with R in it, like larva, I tend to use an American accent just because I guess in my ear it makes it stand out more. It makes it clearer what I'm trying to say. So I have a weird accent where I'm not a good example of a New Zealand accent. But yeah, certain words I will pronounce with an American accent because I just grew up with a lot of American and British television, so I have weird vocal stuff where I sometimes people can never tell where I'm from. Whenever people meet me for the first time, they're like, "Oh, are you from the UK? Are you from America? Are you from insert English speaking country here?" No one knows where I'm from because my accent's weird accent. Weird is almost another one of those ones where I say it with an American accent, where it's like weird would be the weird would be the like New Zealand way of saying it, where I say weird with a more pronounced weird. Yeah. Park. Go to the park. If I was to say with a New Zealand accent, "Oh, you want to go to the park," as opposed to what I tend to say, "Want to go to the park." Yeah. So, what about Canada? Canadian's different again. It's not as people stereotype Canadian accent. It's not as Canadian accent. I think people stereotype the Canadian accent, but let's see what this video has to say about it. But the standard Canadian accent is pretty similar.
So by far, the most commonly received comments I get on my videos fall into one of three categories. Something about my hair, something about...
He lives in the part of Canada where they say a boot instead of about.
My mustache, or something about the way I say this word.
Yeah.
I say about, most North Americans say about. To figure out why, let's take a fascinating look at the world of Canadian accents. The way I talk is a particularly strong example of what people who study this sort of thing call the Canadian raising phenomenon. This refers to the weird way many Canadians pronounce the ow sound in words like house and down and around and south. Ugh, it even sounds annoying to me. The idea is that Canadians have a tendency to raise their tongues in their mouths when they make ow sounds, as I just did right then when I said mouth instead of mouth, which is when you keep your tongue down lower in your mouth. Mouth. Not all Canadians speak with Canadian raising, and certainly most don't do it as much as I do, but it is a pretty common phenomenon, as you can see in this montage of clips of random Canadians talking I've assembled.
Are all very unhappy about this. I am absolutely unhappy about it as well.
Stressed out, but don't worry about it, because here's what's going to happen. We're going to get drunk and eat chicken fingers. Me, you, and the old man is going to be here in about 20 minutes.
A matter of planning, and of course, being a mom is all about routine.
Well, think about it. 10 years.
What I would say, what I would say about the Canadian accent is very similar to the American accent, the generic American accent, but it has its own quirks. It has its own characteristics, and that's what I would say. Honestly, that's what I would say about Australia versus New Zealand as well, where we have very similar accents, but like there are differences between the Australia and New Zealand. Australians tend to exaggerate like certain vowel sounds. They tend to, it sits differently in the mouth, where it's like you got to do things like pronounce your vowels a little differently, and I'm doing an exaggerated like what I was doing just then was like a stereotype of Australian accents more so than the actual Australian accent. But yeah, like New Zealand and Australian accents are very similar, and the one thing that I always remember hearing about was that it's to an Australian, the word to an Australian ear, New Zealanders saying fish and chips sounds like fush and chups, and to a New Zealand ear, an Australian saying fish and chips sounds like fish and chips, and that's it. That's the difference between the accents. It's like the height of, or like the there's like a, if you look at one of those like vocal diagrams of like how vowel sounds are made, it's basically like Australian ones are with the E and they're heightened, they're up in the I's and the E's, whereas New Zealand ones are lower and they're in the O and the U sounds rather than the I. So yeah, we favor lower sounds where Australians favor the higher sounds. Yeah, fish and chips. Fish and chips. Alrighty. Whereas New Zealanders wouldn't say that shit. Yeah.
The price of gold was maybe $300 an ounce.
It'd be kind of cool if we invented a universal accent for the universal language. Yeah, the thing is, like, it just wouldn't be a way. There's just too many people with too many cultures and too many, like, ideas of how to say stuff that you could start with a universal accent, but it will always drift. You give it, like, 5-10 years, and it drifts. Different parts of the world say things differently, and it will always be slightly different. It'll never stay the same.
So you see some Canadians say it about, some Canadians say it more like a boat, some people say it somewhere in the middle of those two, and of course lots just say it the normal way, about. But what's weird is that I feel a lot of Canadians are very inconsistent about this. I get a lot of teasing from my fellow Canadians because I say about instead of about, but I notice a lot of people say route instead of route, and no one seems to care. I blame South Park, which made the whole about thing this big funny joke.
Yeah.
It's about taking our citizens. It's about not censoring our art. It's about what's so goddamn funny?
And made life tough for Canadians like me, who now seem very obnoxiously stereotypical. There's more to Canadian accents than just the pronunciation of one word, however. Like any country, Canadian accents vary a great deal depending on class and region. Most Canadians are probably pretty familiar with the sort of stereotypical lower class Canadian accent, which is kind of the sort of twangy, you know, right? There's this Canadian comedy rap group called B and Steve, and they make YouTube videos where they sing with this kind of accent, and it's pretty funny, as you can see here.
Before we learn to walk, we can cross-check properly. Just rockin' plaid jackets. Chainsaws, we operate them right. Fucking A-right we do, bud. We cut our weight in firewood.
This is, of course, the same accent that was famously mocked in those Great White North segments of SCTV back in the day.
Oh, so that's our topic for today, the Great White North. So, good day.
What an education, eh?
Now, the most famous regional accent of Canada is the accent of people who live in the far eastern Atlantic provinces of Canada, particularly Newfoundland. This region of Canada was originally settled by a lot of Gaelic-speaking people from Scotland and Ireland, and to this day, their accent still has a sort of Irish twinge to it, as we can see in this montage of Newfoundland people talking.
That stay is solid, and he's able to incrementally increase. I mean, you could end up with a minority Harper government. You know, that would be the worst possible thing.
If you're looking at crew changes, they depend on moving a crew out of here. Some of those people are 3 and 4 days late.
When I arrived at the airport, there was approximately 3 RCMP cars here. And what they were doing here, I had no idea, but I knew there had to be something up. They weren't out here picking up fares.
If you've seen the movie A Series of Unfortunate Events...
That's fascinating. It is like a mixture of American, North American / Canadian, and like Irish, Scottish. Interesting.
You may recognize this as also being the accent that noted Canadian actor Jim Carrey used when he was playing the sea captain guy.
Oh, that there was all my fault. Hey, what? Can't tell you how sorry I is for running into your sister there like that.
Newfoundland people also have a habit of using a lot of weird Newfoundland slang, which when coupled with their accent can make them really hard to understand, as satirized in this Nissan commercial.
They say an X-Trail Bonavista. Take a gander at that pen roof, buddy. If that don't put a gust in your spinnaker, I don't know what would. And look at the wheels on her. Got enough alloy in there to fill a bucket.
Now, a lot of French Canadians speak English as their second language, so...
That's very Irish of them. Oh, see you, Jonas. It's good seeing you. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, this way that they were speaking in that ad is very Irish. When I've heard Irish people speaking, it's full of like phrases and sayings. Like the hardest to understand Irish is all like phrases and sayings and metaphors and similes that are used to express one's thoughts. And so, like, that makes it way harder to understand because it's not straightforward. It's full of, like, little like side tangents.
They obviously have a French accent, but the sort of French accent they have is quite different than the sort of accent French people from France have. In France, people with strong French accents tend to substitute T sounds for Z sounds, so words like this and that and those become zis and zat and zos. In Canada, where French is spoken in a sort of more nasally way, French accents tend to use harder D sounds, so dis and dat and dose. See if you can notice the difference.
This description might seem unfair for the previous generation, but keep in mind that I am not really criticizing the people.
We want four things in the throne speech. We want to clarify this issue about Afghanistan. It's so important. It's really important for us. The other one is we have a bill.
Of course, in this era of television and the internet, more and more North Americans are starting to lose their regional or class-based accents altogether. Researchers now often speak of standard American English or the general American accent, which is the sort of bland, plain accent you tend to hear from newscasters and actors and anybody else who doesn't want to seem exotic or interesting. As more and more young people are taught to believe that accents are something embarrassing or hickish, you're starting to see entire generations speak exactly the same way. Entire countries, too. Check out this montage of young Canadians and Americans and see if you can tell who comes from which country.
If you really want to get in a company that requires more experience, you have a one-up on everyone else that's applying.
With what they give us in my program in particular, like we don't get any seminars or anything like that. It's all lab and lecture.
And I just try to be as versatile as possible. Whatever the team needs, I try to do it. So if they need me at the 5, I'd like to be in the 5.
I'm in kinesiology, and a lot of kin is mostly memorization, which is what I'm used to, which is what I'm good at.
It was a trick. They're all Canadians. Hard to tell, though.
Yeah.
Eh?
I was gonna say that is true about the modern internet era. Now that we have access to everyone, you know, all the English-speaking people have access to all the other English-speaking people, especially Americans. Accents are drifting towards a sort of generic accent. But I still think you will always have variances in the accent based on popular, like where you grew up and the people you're around. But yeah, no, we were just talking about it, the idea of the universal accent for the universal language. One day that might be the case where pretty much everyone has the same accent. I doubt it will ever be fully universal, but like yeah. It seems it is drifting that way, especially seemingly for like Americans and Canadians. You might be thinking about the way that typically when we say the letter, different parts of the world will say Z and other parts of the world will say Z. That's only for the letter though. When you actually pronounce words, it's basically the same. Yeah, see, when we talk about New Zealand, we typically say NZ. .co.nz. Like we're part of NZ, the New Zealand. But I know some places like in the US, I believe you guys usually say Z. And so it's a bit strange to say NZ or NZ. And then there's also some cultural differences to do with the way people say the number 0, depending on the context of a sentence, where it's like, sometimes it's like, some places they say ought in certain contexts to mean 0. Some places, like, the word naught is used to represent a 0. And then there's like, sometimes it's okay to just say O for 0, and then sometimes you prefer to say 0. Yeah, there's a bunch of that stuff. Anyway.
Poppy should be used in such a way. Viscount Montgomery of Alamein, son of the famed Field Marshal Monty, said, "It is unfortunate that anyone should see fit to detract from the poppy's place as a symbol of remembrance." It wasn't a great look. Sensible were going to have to make some changes. Amiga Power didn't emerge unscathed either. The magazine received a letter from a solicitor acting on the Royal British Legion's instruction.
I totally get that. This one here. I totally get this comment because that's kind of how I thought about it as well. When I was younger, I definitely didn't think so much about like accents as I thought about like individuals' voices. And at some point my brain shifted and stopped seeing it that way. But all the voices that I do in videos, like when I'm speaking as on behalf of a character in a video game, all the voices I do are pretty much voices that I came across when I was younger that I identified as unique and then learnt to mimic. For some reason, when I was younger, I learnt to mimic a bunch of voices. The classic one I always talk about is whenever I do an old man voice. Ah, I'm an old man. All I'm doing, my old man voice is just Deckard Cain from Diablo 2. Stay a while and listen. Welcome to the family. Yeah. I just, at some point, I like learned how to mimic Deckard Cain's voice. And now for me, anytime I do an old man, I'm just doing Deckard Cain's voice. Whenever I'm doing a Russian character's voice, I'm mimicking one of the actors from Red Alert. So when I put on a Russian accent and I pretend to be Russian, I am just putting on one of the actors from Command and Conquer. Red Alert. Yeah. So I don't, that's why I often say I'm actually not good at accents, because just an accent generally doesn't mean much to me. It's actually, I'm good at mimicking individual people, but only sometimes. I wouldn't say I'm good at mimicking people, but there are specific voices that I have over the course of my life just like learned to mimic.
Expressing concern over use of the poppy and making the following demands: a written apology, removal of the poppy artwork, payment for all legal costs, and a donation to the poppy appeal, and for all mentions of the game to be omitted in the forthcoming issue and all future publications. Begrudgingly, and with the print deadline looming, the Amiga Power cover was hastily changed, swapping the poppy for a screenshot instead. The review of Cannon Fodder still went out, where it scored a respectable 94%. The demand for AP to drop all coverage of it for all perpetuity must have been deemed unreasonable. Amusingly, the contents page remained censored, presumably as a joke. In the same issue, a news article detailed the unfolding drama, reproducing the Daily Star article and explaining the redacted poppy. One of AP's journalists, Stuart Campbell, was livid at the change. The contents page contains rather a flippant comment from him. It reads, "Old soldiers, I wish them all dead." Adolf Hitler is also credited in the imprints for book burning, and the Royal British Legion are labelled conscientious objectors. This didn't go down well with the Daily Star, who ran another article with the headline, "Poppy Row Mag insults old soldiers." There's a less than flattering description of Stuart, and a quote garnered over what the Star describes as a confrontation. The spokesman for the Royal British Legion suggests that if it was not for the old soldiers who stood up during the wars, he might not be alive. Amiga Power's publishing director is apologetic, admitting that including Campbell's comment in the magazine was a regrettable mistake, and adding, "I would like to apologise to the Royal British Legion and anyone else who was offended." In any case, that was that. Amiga Power suffered no more humiliation in the press, and the only further consequence was a messily scrawled threatening letter to the magazine shortly after. Meanwhile, it's sensible they were scrambling to make the required changes before Cannon Fodder's launch. The cover art, naturally, had to be changed. The poppy was a no-go for retail shelves. Instead, the Cannon Fodder box featured a green camouflage pattern with a concealed soldier. A disclaimer was added at the start of the game. This game is not in any way endorsed by the Royal British Legion. This was a legal requirement, demanded to disassociate the game from anything official. Additionally, the design of the poppies in-game was changed. In their original form, they resembled the stylized twin-petal poppy used by the Royal British Legion, as one was used as a reference. Sensible's artist, Stu Cambridge, received instruction to redraw them from their publisher. So, he went out, picked a handful of poppies growing nearby, and drew some more realistic replacements. In a later interview, John Hare revealed that the British Legion was most concerned with rights issues. Basically, they were annoyed that we had used their poppy. In the end, they said, "If you give us 500 quid, we'll keep quiet." And so, we paid them off. Anyway, with the changes in place and the involuntary donation made, Sensible were in the clear.
Involuntary donation,
So, after a short delay, in December 1993, the game released. In reviews, Amiga Format described it as thought-provoking and as possibly the most anti-war game I've seen in a while. Amiga Power described it as thoughtful and addictive. Amiga Computing hailed it as one of the most playable games you will ever play, a rooting-tooting shoot-'em-up of the highest order. It was a critical hit and sold well, in excess of 100,000 copies. Amiga Power ranked it at number 2 in their all-time top 100 games in 1994, just behind Sensible Soccer. It's currently ranked as the 12th best Amiga game on lemonamiga.com. If anything, the controversy probably helped. Those who raised objection were operating on a surface-level impression of cannon fodder. At a glance, it looks like just another mindless shooter. But it's not. If anything, it's more fitting for the game to bear the poppy than for anyone who would use it as a jingoistic bludgeon. It doesn't tell you how to feel. Instead, it shows you. As Cannon Fodder's manual states, don't try playing this at home, kids, because war is not a game. War, as Cannon Fodder demonstrates in its own quirky little way, is a senseless waste of human resources and lives. We hope that you never have to find out the hard way. Thank you very much for watching, and until next time, farewell.
Alright. I thought it was going to be about Poppy Playtime. But no. Interesting. Yeah, an interesting, like, tiny little controversy. But, yeah, no, it makes sense, I guess, if they're using the specific imagery, like, very specifically the imagery of the poppy. I know the poppy means stuff to us as well here in New Zealand as well, because the Australian New Zealand Army Corps, or ANZAC, were part of World War One, which is famously associated with the poppy. And so we still have what we call Anzac Day here in New Zealand, where we honor the soldiers who went and fought with the British Army and with the Australian New Zealand citizens or army men fighting on behalf of our British allies in Europe as part of World War One, landing in Gallipoli in Turkey, fighting the Germans. It's always the Germans, unfortunately. But yeah, fighting we weren't even fighting the Germans. We were fighting the Italians. Wait, was it Italians? Who were we fighting? Who were we fighting against? Gallipoli. It must have been the Germans. Yeah, Allied powers, British, French, Commonwealth forces, including Australian, New Zealand troops, Anzacs, against the Ottoman Empire, with German assistance on their side. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, interesting. Well, Ottoman Empire, by the way, would be considered Turkey. But they were part of the German Axis. Well, again, they weren't called the Axis, were they? We call ourselves the Allies all the time because we're an ally, a group of allies. But what were the I guess they were just different groups, a different ally group, Germans and Ottomans and whoever else was on the other side of World War One. I honestly am not the most familiar with World War One. Here we go. They're called the Central Powers. Here we go. So Allied powers: France, Britain, Russia, Italy, Japan, and the United States fought against the Central Powers: Germany, Austria, Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire and Bulgaria. Yeah. Yeah, back when Russia was part of... Interesting. Japan was part of the Allied powers in World War One. Weird. Anyway, let's just keep moving. Australian Tetris player beats Master Mode. Oh.
My name's Wiley, and please ignore all the water bottles. I just cleared the hardest game mode in all of Tetris, and I did it live on stream in front of 80 people. So I'm 40th in the world at a game called Tetris Effect Connected, and inside that game is a thing called Master Mode, and it's extremely difficult. Like, after 7 years of being around, only 200 people have actually completed it difficult. Now, this is down to 2 reasons. The first one is, unlike in regular Tetris, where the pieces fall faster and faster with each level, in Master Mode, pieces just instantly spawn at the bottom of the board, and with each incrementing level, the time you have to move that piece around before it locks into place is getting shorter and shorter. Now, the other reason why the game mode is so hard is because it's so much longer than regular Tetris. In this game, there are 30 master level speeds, each one lasting 10 lines, totaling 300 lines you have to clear. And since there's just so many levels, that whole time you have to place pieces getting shorter and shorter thing becomes ridiculous.
I don't think anyone's done a mean lookalike, to be on stream, but there have been people who've done lookalikes. Like, this person looks like you. And there are some that are
M20, the lock delay
pretty
is just
close, and
192
others that I'm like,
milliseconds. And by
I
M30,
don't
those
see it.
final 10 lines, you have just 91.6 milliseconds. That's less than 6 frames for you to react and move the piece. So now that we know why the game mode is so hard, here is me clearing the game mode for my second time ever, and live on stream. I've added the master level, the line count, and the lock delay in milliseconds and frames, just to contextualize how ridiculous these increasing levels get. Oh, and before I show you the game, if all this wasn't crazy enough, this was my first attempt in weeks at going for a master mode
Look
clear. I
up
can't
Bling
believe this
Bling
happened.
Boy.
Okay, I'm starting to lose control of the piece a little bit. You can see that some of them are locking in place way too quickly. Oh god.
Oh my god. Sight is awful. Hold up. Let's finish watching this. I know we're watching at 1.5 speed, but still.
I cleared it! Oh my god! I just cleared it again! I just cleared it again! I'm shaking! I'm shaking! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god!
Damn. Holy shit. So now, this is, you think I look like this guy? This kid. Bling Bling Boy. Sure. Look at Ryan Reynolds. I'm gonna Reynolds. Ah, yes, I see it. Yeah. Oh, you. Anyway, Red has jumps through lasers. What is this?
Windows XP, man. No, let me show you how to do this. Okay, for real this time. I was joking around before.
Oh, Radiation has it. I was like, who's Red has?
Okay, for real this time. Okay, now I swear I'm gonna do it. Yo, let's
Nice.
fucking go! The greatest Half-Life player ever.
Let's see him run straight into a bomb again. Yeah.
Hell yeah, chat. That's how you do it. You just gotta believe. You gotta believe in it, chat. You gotta believe in yourself. You can do it.
Yeah. Nice. Pathfinding. Oh, I saw this the other day.
By digging through Minecraft source.
I think it's this. I think it was this video. I saw a video on Minecraft pathfinding. Does this have the one?
By digging through Minecraft source code, I've uncovered pathfinding exploits that turn one of the game's most
Yeah.
frustrating.
Yeah, I saw this the other day where it's like they showed like examples of like how the pathfinding works in Minecraft. I kind of want to play it because it's such a good video. Hold up.
By digging through Minecraft source code,
It's
I've
such a good
uncovered
video.
pathfinding exploits that turn one of the game's most frustrating problems, moving mobs, into something you can completely control. I've read through the code of every mob,
Bling
and
Bling
I've put
Boy
together some of the
from
most
Johnny
useful
Test, yeah.
exploits you can actually use in survival, ranging from forcing them to take a particular path
I
to
made him
making
beat it
monsters
at 1.5
completely
speed,
unwilling
yeah.
to pathfind into your base. In this video, you will learn how mobs think, which will allow you to take control of their behavior and unlock tricks most players don't even know exist. Before we start
Yeah.
looking at individual mobs, though, let's look at the algorithm that governs
A
them
lot
all,
of this stuff
A-star.
I had no idea about.
Suppose we have a situation like this. A villager in the bottom left corner.
A-star is basically a search
It passes
algorithm
two
that
lines,
tries to
traveling
find the shortest
this is
route.
from
It's
finding
not
a-
the best
Notice how
at
weighted
it.
A-star almost seems to be gunning for the target, while regular A-star is more meticulous, making
Yeah.
sure it's considered.
The weighted A-star they use isn't perfect, but it's pretty good. Standard A-star is pretty well perfect, but takes a lot longer. So like weighted A-star is what Minecraft uses to like for mobs to find out what a good path is to something.
All the options.
And yeah.
See, the path followed here is quite close to our expected result, with slight
Yeah.
differences being easily attributed to tie selection. Now that we have the fundamentals down, we can talk about some things that make this algorithm abusable, and there are two major things. First, whenever a block updates near the mob's current path, that mob reruns the A-star algorithm again with the same destination in mind. This function has a 1-second cooldown, which means that we can use block updates on 1-second clocks to exactly sync with the mob's pathfinding updates, and give this villager decision paralysis. Consequentially, this also means any transformative block updates near a large number of mobs could cause a lot more lag than just having the mobs alone. Try to use this knowledge for good rather than evil. The second of these two quirks is what's known as pathfinding malice. Remember earlier when I said that traveling one block costs 1 to the A-star algorithm? Well, it turns out traveling some blocks costs extra, which we can use to manipulate which path gets chosen. Here's a quick list. Honey blocks cost an extra 8 points to traverse.
This is something I never knew about.
Powdered snow is treated as impassable, as are closed doors, which can lead to some funny moments. All fire blocks have a cost of 16 to traverse.
We'll watch this
8
anyway
just to
because
walk
it's
within
such
one
an
block
interesting...
However, animals and villagers override this to -1 and 16 respectively, where -1 means it's impassable.
It's such an interesting...
Cacti and sweetberry bushes are impassable, and walking next to them costs 8.
Yeah.
Finally, water and walking on blocks next to water adds a cost of 8. Now that we know all of this, we can use it to control and predict which path a mob will take to a target destination. Take this example. The villager has 2 potential paths to its target. A more direct path with 2 adjacent magma blocks, or a more roundabout path with 3 honey blocks. Thanks to what we've learned, we can calculate the cost of the top path like this, which comes out to around 35.82. We can do the same for the bottom path, which comes to a total of 37. This one's pretty close, but the villager will just barely choose to take the top path.
Yeah.
Here's another example. If you want to try and figure it out for yourself, go ahead and pause the video before I give...
Yeah, put in your votes, put in your bets which one the NPC is going to walk down. Who can guess which path the NPC is going to walk down on this list? You think they're going to go down A? Okay. Yeah, what other people think? I'll give you 10 seconds to probably F jumps off the void. Falls off. Falls off the edge of the world. Ah, right. I see what you mean. Yeah. You also think A? Okay. Yeah. Based on what we've just learned, so he's trying to go to this fletching table, right? Based on what we've just learned, if we remember, any water block or adjacent water block counts as 8 points for movement. So A would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, plus 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 8. Probably D, actually. See, no, D is different again, because, well, D would be 1, 2, actually, it would be 1, 2, 8, 9, like, 1, 2, 10, 11, 19, 20, and then these would stack on top of each other, so this would actually end up being way, way longer. So D, it's not likely. Even if it walked over the top of these, it would be still significantly higher. G starts spinning uncontrollably. E, once again, I think these are just 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. So it's the same as this path here. C, this is a -1. It will never walk into the fire. So actually, I believe, from what I remember, it'll go through B. Because B has the same weight as A and E, but because of the shorter distance between here and here, it will actually prefer that path.
The explanation.
Yeah.
At first, path A may be tempting due to the lack of obstacles.
Sorry guys, 1 second. Sorry, that was the hospital calling, asking, following up with my blood pressure related stuff for the surgery. Anyway, so.
But remember, walking next to water has a malus of 8. If we add all of those up and then include the total distance the villager needs to travel.
It's a Samsung S23 Ultra. Yeah. But yeah, so this is how it's going to calculate the distance. You know?
We can do the math to find the total cost of this path to be 69.82. We can do the same thing for the second path, remembering that water also has a malus of 8. Keep in mind that a single malus can't be double counted. These blocks aren't doubly next to water, but a block could have multiple different maluses. The total for this path is 65.82. The middle path can be ignored in this case, because as we know, fire is impassable to villagers. The fourth path has far fewer malus blocks. However, this magma block is hitting the path in 3 places,
and
16, this honey block gets added on top of the malus from the magma block, bringing the total
sorry,
up to
I read it as
70.28.
8, but yeah.
For the last path, the cacti and sweetberry bushes all apply a malus of 8, making this path
But
unviable
this
to the
is also
villager.
16,
The total cost is 90.82. Now that we've calculated all of the costs, we can see that the lowest one, path B, is the one selected by the villager.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, if we do the same test on a zombie, the middle path is chosen since zombies use the base malus for fire. Now that you understand how mobs pathfind to a target, let's look at the different ways you can give them a target in the first place. All hostile mobs are great for this because you can use yourself or any other player as the pathfinding target. This lets you hilariously abuse their pathfinding.
Yeah, because there's water there.
My favorite example of this is with the creaking.
Yeah, they'll go all the way around rather than go near
you can make
water.
these mobs take highly indirect paths by simply putting some water next to the direct ones. Thanks to this, we can make base entrances, like this one, that monsters refuse to pathfind into.
Yeah, because there's water underneath.
Here, the zombies always prefer to take the trapped side path. In the same way, wardens will pathfind to any vibration they hear. But they can also pathfind directly to a player if they're angry enough. Making noise around a warden increases its anger level until it switches from targeting disturbances to targeting players directly. While food and breeding can lead animals, I think the easiest method is setting them on fire. They'll run straight to water. You could also manipulate their wandering to get similar results, if you've seen my last video. Finally, jobless villagers search for unclaimed workstations during the day and will path to them from up to 48 blocks away. Employed villagers also return to their workstations at various times throughout the day. Since the occupation status of the workstation is stored within the block itself, we can make any number of villagers congregate to an area by rapidly moving the workstation, which resets its status, but not the villager's current path. Now that you know all of this, you're in control. Use it to build smarter farms, traps, or even just mess with mobs for fun. Now, let's see what you've learned. Here's one last pathfinding puzzle. Drop your answer and explanation in the comments, and I'll pin the best one.
Yeah. That particular example here had some really interesting debates in the comments. As to which one people thought would count or would be the likely path. And I think people in the comments decided it was going to be either B or D, with I think B being the decided one that they decided they'd go on. Because I think what they decided was like with the B path, it would go on top of these on top of these honey blocks and ignore the magma block. And with that, it's actually shorter, a quote-unquote shorter path than going straight ahead where you've got this the cactus on top of the water. Because while multiple water blocks won't affect the same block twice, different malices like a cactus and water can both add on top of each other. So walking on this spot here, this block here, would cost a distance of 16. So suddenly this straight line path that would look really good suddenly has a 16 and an 8 on that straight line path, which makes it really slow. Whereas with this path, I think it has the 8. Wait, does it have that? How does it work again? There's some way you walk. Is it? No, I think that with this path it was gonna walk here, step here, then across to here and away like that. And by doing that, it's somehow shorter than any other path. D just has these 8, and then normal paths. I thought when I first saw it, I thought D, but then some people explained B in a way that made more sense. Yeah. Enderman probably do the same thing because of water. Almost certainly, yeah. I think Enderman you'll probably find that Enderman actually count water as a -1. A bit like how villagers count fire as -1, but zombies don't. You'll probably find that Endermen count water as -1. They'll never pathfind over water. Yeah, they'll always try and find another route. Yeah. Again, as I was saying, yeah, I can't remember how it was that someone explained B in a way that somehow, like, wait, I'm gonna go back again to where he describes what the malices are.
Honey blocks cost an extra 8 points to traverse.
Yeah, honey blocks don't affect the blocks near them, only themselves. That's the difference. That's the big difference. So, in this example, only stepping on the honey block counts as 8, not near the block. So, if you take this path, step on this honey block, but then step off here and then walk around that other honey block, you're only stepping on one malice block. So only one block increases the path by 8. All the rest are just normal blocks. Whereas D, you have to go 8, 8, and then across the rest. That's the big difference. So if you go this way, you're on like normal angle block, normal angle block, normal angle block, normal, and then 8, normal angle block, 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 normal angle block. So it's only one malice block on this B path. Because it doesn't do diagonals either. So this block doesn't count towards this block's malice. So yeah, that's why B is the shorter one. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's really, really interesting. I thought that video was super fascinating when I first saw it. What is this? Two-way ulti. This is some Minesweeper. Sorry, some more Tetris stuff.
What is that? Oh, I got it. Oh!
Nice.
I didn't think we were gonna get that one.
Yeah, nice. Nice. Bump out? What's this?
Oh my god, it's just up there. Oh no, I can't see. I can't see. I hope best we can zoom out because I can't tell.
Yeah, what is happening? Why is it so
What even
far off
happened,
the top?
bro? I can't see anything.
Oh, hey buppers.
Yo, it opens it. What is this?
Yeah. 3 Bowsers.
What is this
I
game?
don't know. I don't know why there are 3 Bowsers.
Oh no, it hit 20! I mean 40.
Yeah, I'm with this commenter. Hey, yo, what the fuck? Wait. Oh, no, you lost, yeah. But you
I've never seen that happen.
double S. Yeah. Nice. Okay. WW ulti.
I square hole. W.
I was gonna say, in those moments where
I
that's
was not
happening,
expecting the ulti, never are.
I'm assuming that the intention, your intention, is to fill the space with lines, so that once it's over, once the thing runs out, that all gets sent to the enemy, sent to the boss. Oh, hey Nathan, welcome. We've been watching a lot of your stuff just now. Unless, wait, Nathan, you've been in this chat for ages, haven't you? Oh, you popped in briefly. No, so yeah. No, you were at the very start. Yeah, I was gonna say, you were here at the start. I guess you've just been lurking. Yeah. I've been here the whole time. Yeah, but yeah. Anyway, I got confused for a second there. Because of the welcoming of new people. Anyway, Shrek. What's this? Technical clues. Oh. Shoot, donkey face. Oh my god. That's terrifying.
This is my swamp. Our swamp. Let go, donkey.
You let go.
Stubborn jackass.
Smelly ogre.
Fine.
I like fuzzy. I like fuzzy donkey.
You are mean to me. You insult me and you don't appreciate anything that I do.
Oh, your half.
And you say, hey, let's get some parfaits. They say, hey, I don't like no parfaits. Parfaits are delicious.
No, you dance irritating.
Oh, interesting.
You coming, donkey?
No,
Those-
yep, I'm right behind you.
It was temporary.
You coming, donkey?
Oh, yep, I'm right behind you.
I was gonna say, a temporary, temporarily like a placeholder voice.
Master. I've mastered the stairs. I wish I had a step right here. Now I
Fluffy,
step all
fuzzy
over.
donkey is so cute. Happy early Halloween. Oh God.
No, it's perfect. It just needs a few homey
Shrug.
touches. Rescuer, now remove your helmet.
Cloth without the simulation, yeah.
Hey, I'm no one's messenger boy, okay? I'm a delivery boy.
Oh my God. Terrifying. They really had a problem with Fuzzy Donkey.
But Donkey, I'm a princess.
Will you be the perfect bride for the perfect groom? Will you be the perfect bride for the perfect groom?
This marriage is binding, and that makes me king. See?
The hair going like hink, hink. Yeah, that's funny. I still don't know who the Colin person is.
Alright guys, we're doing a little side note video today. I do some colon cleansing once in a while, and we're going to show you what goes on here.
Wait, what? What are we watching? Zach, explain. It's a flat earther, by the way. Okay.
The mixture that I make, I do the normal Epsom salts. It does say, let's see here. Says here, do not take internally for external use only. Yeah, but whatever. Those are only silly guidelines, right? As usual. So we're going to open up the bag. And I would highly recommend, so yeah, this tastes absolutely disgusting because of all the salt. So we're going to do 2, 4, and like 6 tablespoons of, yes, Epsom salts. And then we're going to, we got the boiled water here. We're going to drink it, obviously, when it's not too hot, just like normal tea or coffee. I like to leave some extra room to put some cool water in there so I can drink it right away. And so we got tea bags. We got to get rid of that yucky taste. And obviously some sweetener because, like I said, the aftertaste is absolutely disgusting. So we'll put probably 2 or 3 bags of this junk in here. And obviously honey. I just need a spoon.
Oh my god.
Isn't this exciting, guys? And so yeah, we'll
this
get the
is
tea bags
upsetting and disturbing.
And I would highly recommend not going anywhere throughout the day after you drink this, because you will be on the toilet many times throughout the day. So yeah, we'll get these tea bags going and lots of honey. And I would recommend getting like a big jug of water to drink after you drink every time from this. If you can down it in one time, go ahead, but I would recommend trying to drink it within at least 10 minutes. And every time you'll take a swig or a drink from this, you will need to have water beside you because, like I said, the aftertaste is absolutely gross. And so yeah, I'm getting kind of used to this taste. But
drinking
like I said,
so much salt,
sweetener, and tea, and just whatever you can put in here to get rid of the yuckiness. And within the hour, you'll be on the toilet, and probably 10 times after that. So there's my wonderful, so-called wonderful drink, and we'll drink that down as we go here. So yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Okay. Yeah, it's so much salt. It's so bad for you. Terminator 7000, Judgment of the Rise of the Battle against the son of John Connor of the tool of resistance of humanity's last stand against the Skynets is being worked on. Alright. Once again, we'll watch with a 1.5 speed.
So James Cameron is working on a new Terminator story. Why? The franchise was utterly ruined with recent installments. I did grow to quite like Terminator Salvation, I will say that, and I never thought that Terminator 3 was a bad movie, but Genesis and especially Dark Fate were just appalling. And I don't need to go over why. I mean, I've reviewed those movies extensively. To me, the director's cut of Terminator 2 Judgment Day with the happy ending, that's the definitive ending to the Terminator saga, in my opinion. But anyway, I wanted to look at this Collider article. James Cameron confirms he's writing a new Terminator movie, but he's facing a major issue. James Cameron is finally pulling back the curtain on what's going on with his mysterious Terminator project. Cameron kicked off the Terminator franchise in 1984 with The Terminator, the genre-defining sci-fi film that is still hailed as one of the all-time greats to this day. Cameron confirmed last year that he's working on a new Terminator project, but fans have held their breath on it considering his pre-existing commitment to work on the Avatar movies. Although Cameron isn't leaving Pandora anytime soon, he is still actively working on the script for a new Terminator project, which he confirmed in a recent interview with CNN. During the same interview, Cameron also confirmed that he's having some writer's block right now when it comes to working on a new Terminator script. This isn't due to his lack of inspiration, though. Cameron said he's having a hard time writing science fiction right now, which goes for all projects, not just Terminator. He continued, "I'm tasked with writing a new Terminator story. I've been unable to get started on that very far because I don't know what to say that won't be overtaken by real events. We are living in a science fiction age right now."
Yeah.
I can understand that. The technology is moving very, very fast. It's kind of hard to impress people these days. It's interesting because we have AI now. I mean, not truly self-aware AI, obviously, but it's part and parcel of life on the internet at this point. There's lots of different AI systems that people are making use of on a daily basis. And AI has made huge advances in the last 3 years. It's not very long. And in science fiction and in the Terminator franchise, the story of Skynet was always the AI gets activated, it goes rogue, and it starts trying to
There
kill
are definitely
humanity
better
to rule the
ways to do a
world. And that
colon
story,
cleanse.
it's been done quite often, not just in the Terminator franchise. But also,
Yeah.
there are people in the real world who have genuine trepidation about AI as it stands. But given how people are making use of AI for very mundane tasks, for work shortcuts, entertainment, research, AI feels quite domesticated into human life. It's kind of taking the sting out of it, you know? Like the idea of ChatGPT or Grok trying to take over the world one day is about as likely as Microsoft Office trying to take over the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Before AI was a ubiquitous tool, sure. I mean, the notion of an artificial intelligence was very alien, strange. It conjured up science fiction fears of humanity being made obsolete or enslaved by something more intelligent than us. And look, absolutely, a future AI coupled with robotic automation will likely make an enormous amount of people surplus to requirements in the labour market, which by itself is a very scary prospect. But as it stands, the concepts of AI rising up and taking over doesn't seem very likely. That doesn't seem like a potentially very scary prospect in the future like it did in, say, the 80s or 90s. In fact, there's that joke, you know, you should always thank AI after you use it so that it remembers the respect you showed it and it might spare you when it takes over the world one day. But anyway, the reality is AI in today's world, in everyday use, has been demystified in the eyes of most people and made kind of mundane in a way. It lacks the mysteriousness it had when it was merely a science fiction concept years ago. Now, I'm not saying AI couldn't be used as a tool for very nefarious purposes, even enforcing authoritarianism, but I think it's more likely that that would happen if there was a tyrannical human regime behind the scenes making use of the AI to enforce control upon humanity. This is possibly the reason why James Cameron is having difficulty devising a compelling Terminator plot about AI that doesn't come across as sort of outdated or, well, redundant. And I can understand this challenge myself. In my novel, Deus v Machina, a Cody Stockton mystery, there is a threat from an authoritarian AI, which was previously defeated in a war and is due to be reactivated by world governments. But that's merely one plot element of the story, which intertwines with the main plot later on. The story is truly about spirituality, faith, doubt, forgiveness, and it pits the protagonist against a cult that wishes to use the AI for their own ends. Several twists in the story subvert the reader's expectations, and in the end, hopefully, I've succeeded in providing a very different take on the evil AI trope that provides a surprising conclusion. But enough about my shameless plugging of my novel. So yes, of course, there's plenty of interesting stories to be mined out of artificial intelligence. It can be done. But I feel you have to apply a unique take on it. For example, for a Terminator movie, there could be a conspiracy story about how these free AI tools we've been given have actually been provided to us by, say, a powerful secretive intelligence agency with plans to use all of the data we feed it to build a super intelligent entity to control us, or to build synthetic humanoid minds to replace humanity. Not exactly an original story, but I think in general the idea of a hidden human hand behind the AI does make for a more layered and interesting story than a straight up the machine goes mental and tries to destroy humanity kind of story.
Yeah, I think if you were to write a similar story now, you would have to make it so that there was something nefarious already going on. Like if you were to remake Terminator in the modern era, yeah, you would have to probably start with the idea of like some like shady group making an AI powered military or something along those lines. And then you know, you've got some shady corporation basically trying to sell their AI powered military to world governments, world organizations, and then maybe you could have it in the background that what's actually happening is it's not a person selling themselves to those organizations, but it's actually an AI that is like a semi-sentient AI, which is plotting to position itself such that it could become the supreme force of the world or something. You know, you'd have to have a bit more subterfuge to it, and have it based on like, yeah, initially it starts out as like a human-made thing that is like not great, and then have it build on that and advance from that, because there's some really interesting stories about AI. There's a game I played on the channel which was called, what the heck was it called, like Panorama. It's like, it starts with a P, I think. Wait, I'm gonna look it up. Oh god, I did videos on it, and it was a long time ago. I'm gonna look up Pan. Nope. Crap. Maybe if I look at playlists, I might be able to see it. I might have to look at Steam. It was a while ago. It was probably before that. Alright, what am I looking at now? Ah, crap. What was it called? Or it's like a bit like Orwell. Orwell is a pretty good story that's like based on that kind of idea. But this one was like based in like a super futuristic. You're on like a spacecraft, and it's like one of those like fully walking sim kind of games where oh no, not was it Tacoma? Was that it? I was completely wrong about the name. Yeah, it's called Tacoma. Yeah, there's a game called Tacoma, and it's basically like if you read the lore about it, if you actually play the game and you read all the stuff and you listen to all the voice logs and stuff, and follow the story, basically in the small scale, it's about an AI that a non-sentient or like a low-level sentient AI falling in love with one of the crew members on the ship. But then, in the long run, in like the deep lore of the game, it's about all these different AI branches of the same AI that are basically vying for control of the world. And like people think that they're in control, but it's really these AI used for strategy purposes by big corporations, basically using people to get its own ends, to further its own ends, usually to just help it either replicate itself or keep itself alive. Yeah. The game is called Tacoma, Tacoma. I mean, I just show it on the screen. Tacoma. Hey guys, Rorius here. Yeah. You're an insurance like that, just raw wood. You're an insurance agent looking to investigate the ship to see why it crashed, what happened to the people on the ship.
Tacoma Station, please remember that all activity on this facility is monitored by AR recording. All activity records become sole property of the vendor.
Yeah. And the more you dig into it, the more sort of you see how there's all this like corruption in these organizations, and how the AI is like manipulating these organizations and these people to get its own ends, and how the AIs were like violating their own heuristics to achieve those things, but in ways that are like technicalities, where it's like it's technically not violating its heuristics, but it's doing something very underhanded, which is basically violating it, but it's not purely in the word form, in the letter form, violating their heuristics. What if James Cameron just straight up made a System Shock movie? I mean, he could. System Shock would be a really interesting game to make a movie out of. I mean, same with BioShock, which is the spiritual successor. All those games would make, like, BioShock Infinite would make a really good movie, I think, if they ironed out the kinks of the story. Because there are some areas of that story that are a little bit strange, but if they ironed out the kinks and they made a movie out of it, it'd probably be the better experience. Because the game is cool because of its story, in my opinion. The gameplay isn't as fun as it is just exploring the story. Was it long hair, Rorius? Interesting. Shows you how long I've been doing this. Holy shit. There's two of you. Yeah. Sad air horn falls into void. Hey.
Just, this attracts monsters. And a kettle. I'm through school.
I'll take the air horn, I mean, if you don't want it.
Nice. The moon. But yeah, so we actually got up to the current time as of me posting the stream. This is the last thing this is the last thing on the list. I know people have posted stuff today though, so if I refresh the page, there's going to be a bunch of new stuff. But yeah, we did better today than I thought we would. We got through most of it. Almost entirely because of the fact that we played on 1.5 speed. Once again, let's 1.5 it. The moon being a sentient being with like a mouth, terrifying.
What the hell is that? Houston, you getting this? All of the mission is abort. Mission abort. Abort mission. Oh my god. Houston, we have a problem. Go black. I repeat, go black. Moving to course Earth. Oh shit. Public dropping. Navigation system is failing. Everything is stabilized. We are experiencing catastrophic situations. Attempt to relay back.
Majora's Mask be like, yeah. What the fuck? I mean, it's only scary to a point. Like, it's only scary to a point because of the idea that, like, yeah, gigantic space beings intent on eating us. Sure, terrifying. Nothing we can do about it. Like, we are dead. That is the end. If only Earth woke up. Yeah. If for some reason Earth was the unique planet that wasn't alive and every other planet was alive and wanting to eat Earth for some reason, or eat humans, I don't know, that's it. Game over. Once the moon wakes up and eats us, like, there's the other planets waking up means nothing. in the grand fucking scale of the universe, that would basically mean nothing to us at that point. We're already dead. Yeah. Yeah, System Shock is similar to Terminator in that way, in the AI sense, yeah. Having that central AI that has sort of like taken over the ship. But yeah, anyway, unlucky chain block placement. Let's have a look.
Oh, I cannot. No. Goodbye. Entire board.
Oh.
I cannot count.
Right, so that was not supposed to happen. Losing half the board was not supposed to happen. Oh dear. 18 unconnected clutch, single zone. Save the day. Just barely. Polar Runner gets sent back to Chamber 00.
Okay, sure. This is a fine save. SV cheats 1. Okay, everyone, queue up your shitty fucking commands. All right, go. I already have a portal gun. That didn't help. Why did Endfire Relay Incinerator Open not work? That should have worked.
I see that.
What?
The map.
Why?
To Chamber 0.
I'm stuck to the wall. That's the credits. What? Huh? I'm an X! You! We're adding point client command to the list of banned words, not commands, words. And just to make sure, point.
So yeah, someone circumvented it to still send him back. It was bad. It was like not allowed. It was on like a list of not allowed words, but he still managed to like reroute it to load the original map. That's funny.
Oh my gosh, we're in 6-3. Yo, let's go 6-3. Oh, we still have 6-3. Oh, what am I doing?
Moon made of cheese.
No. Oh my gosh, I'm too modern brain rotted. Somebody help me. Somebody save me. Kaidan brain rot is insane.
Wait. Housing class 66. Ah. I see. Fair enough. Unexpected draw. Yeah, what the heck? Failed at the exact same time. But wait, no, it said that the team won. But they look like they both failed at the exact same time. One particular viewer found the bypass, yeah, for the portal thing, yeah. Nice. Unexpected draw. Oh, wait, we just watched this one. Yeah. Lumi flip. Ear rape warning. Okay.
Oh, he did a flip? Hold on. I'm putting my controller down. Oh my god! Wait, he's goated! Backflip? Yo! Okay, you know what? I think that's all I needed to see. That's all I needed to see. I'm sold. I can do a flip. Just sit there. Zoop.
Nice.
Alright, no more queuing.
Yeah. Alright. So, what do we got left? What's the time? Okay, we got about a little under 20 minutes left. So, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more things left to see here. So let's get through these before the end of this. Oh, once again, we've got a 20-minute video.
Peter Molyneux was a nobody. He was an unremarkable student with
Peter
few prospects,
Molyneux.
but he did have an unwavering ambition.
What a
He wanted to be
scam artist.
successful. By the time he left college, he wasn't exactly sure how he'd find success. One thing that resonated with him was computing.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Your clips were good.
He found a
I
job
enjoyed
with a
them.
sports mail order business, helping to set up their computer systems. On the back of that, he was set up with his own business, selling floppy disks to schools. He called his company Vulcan Computing. He found the schools were less interested in the discs than the content on them, so he put together simple edutainment packages to enhance the value of his offering. This was a limited market that didn't afford Peter the success he desired. He decided to target a broader, general audience, taking out an advert in Acorn User in May 1984. His game was a business simulator called The Entrepreneur. He promoted it with a competition to win £100 and braced himself to deal with the deluge of orders he was due to receive. He sold 2 copies. Fair to say, his foray into self-published software was not the success he desired. And so, when another business opportunity presented itself, he moved on. He met a girl, and Peter was keen to impress her. He learned that her father had an opportunity in the import-export business. He jumped at the chance. He set up a company called Taurus Impex with acquaintance Les Edgar. Peter and Les had met some years earlier when Peter bought a computer from his shop. They shared a similar sense of humour and a similar ambition for success. Taurus sold money systems to Switzerland and baked beans to the Middle East. Peter was earning just about enough to eat, but success had once again eluded him. He did have plans for Taurus. Peter wanted to break into the lucrative financial software field. He planned a suite of accounting, invoicing, and stock control programs. But these ideas didn't come to fruition. Fate threw a curveball in the form of a phone call from Commodore. They were about to release their new home computer. They were hoping to encourage software developers to support the new Amiga. Commodore offered 6 Amigas to Peter's company. There was the implicit condition that Taurus would develop for the new machine. But Peter realized something was amiss. Taurus Impex was not an established software development company. Peter's own software efforts were not spectacular enough to warrant such an offer. Commodore had made a mistake. They had intended to contact Taurus, as in the donut, not Taurus the bull. Taurus were a reputable developer of networking software. Taurus were 2 men selling baked beans in a tiny office that reeked of cigarettes and desperation.
Oh my
All the same,
god.
Peter had a choice to make. He could take the moral path, inform Commodore that they had made a mistake, and thank them for their time. Or he could take Commodore up on their deal for free machines and start to develop for the Amiga. I mean, he knew how to program, and when opportunity knocks, you answer. So he started work on Amiga software. His first product was a database program called Acquisition. Peter dubbed it the most complete database system conceived on any microcomputer. He may have been overselling it, but it was adequate. It even won a Product of the Year award in Germany. Peter followed Acquisition with XCAD, a 2D computer-aided drawing package. In the early days, the Amiga market was small, and so too were the returns. But while profits were not spectacular, the company had at least something coming in. As the Amiga grew, it was clear that productivity software was not the most profitable sector. For most users, the Amiga was a games machine. Lured in by the prospect of greater sales, Peter and Les decided to set up a sub-label to focus on games. When devising a name for this new brand, a pottery figurine provided inspiration. It was a bullfrog. So they founded Bullfrog
And
Productions,
honestly, some
a
of the
sub-brand of
Bullfrog
Taurus to
games
differentiate their
really
entertainment
good.
software. By this time, the money from Acquisition and XCAD was starting to run dry. Times were hard at Taurus. Peter learned through friends that Firebird were looking for someone to port a game to the Amiga. The game in question was Druid 2 Enlightenment on the Commodore 64. The prospect of game development interested Peter. The prospect of £4,000 for his efforts interested him more. So he eagerly accepted and started work on the Amiga version. The result was an unspectacular port. The graphics were enhanced, as you'd expect for a 16-bit system, but it didn't run at full frame rate, and the scrolling was not quite as smooth. The important thing was that Peter got paid, and Bullfrog had released their first game. Now they had a chance to develop something original, an opportunity to further establish themselves as game developers and build a reputation. Wanting to play it safe, they went for a shoot-'em-up, a top-down scroller called Fusion. They managed to secure Electronic Arts as a publisher. It was a bland affair, simple shooting with a questionable frame rate. It received middling scores in the magazines. Some were more generous, tipping into the 80% range. Both Druid 2 and Fusion brought in some money to the company, but finances were far from secure. They had taken on new staff and now had wages to pay. Unless things improved, the outlook for Bullfrog was bleak. They discussed whether they should cut their losses and close the company. But Peter, ever hopeful, had an idea. He took inspiration from Virus, a game by David Braben. It featured a 3D landscape that you could fly over. Bullfrog's artist, Glenn Corpus, had prototyped an isometric tiling system for landscapes. When Peter saw it, he saw the potential for a game. He imagined little people roaming over the terrain. He imagined the player shaping the landscape from a bird's eye view. It wasn't a complete idea. He had no clue about how the game would play or what the goal would be, but he was nonetheless inspired. The crystal of a concept was grown. The little people would settle into houses if they found a suitable place. You could direct your people with something called a papal magnet. They added an opposing tribe. More actions too, instead of simple terraforming, fueled by the cumulative strength of your followers, which they called mana. From a simple seed, the isometric terraforming experiment had transformed into something new. It pitted you versus a rival, had you flinging fire spells and volcanoes, all in effort to destroy your opponent and protect your own tribe. This was a god game. This was the first god game. This was Populous.
Yeah.
It was a radical departure from the safe world of shoot-em-ups. Somehow they managed to convince Electronic Arts to take a chance on it. For much of its development, Populous was a multiplayer-only game. As deadlines passed by, they hurried to assemble a single-player mode with an AI to play against. The campaign was 500 procedurally generated worlds. With the campaign in place and the last-minute addition of an end screen, Populous was complete. The game was ready for release in June 1989. As review copies went out, a nervousness permeated the Bullfrog offices. There was much riding on Populous' success. A dud could spell the end for the studio, and the concept was pretty left field.
Have I ever played Lego Racer?
The reviews were
No.
positive, scores were in the 90% bracket.
Yeah.
They liked
No,
it.
Populous
and
was
most important of all,
probably...
the game sold well. The core concept of being a god
Peter
and unleashing
Molyneux's,
divine
like,
power was a compelling one.
magnum opus.
Bullfrog's first royalty check was for £13,000.
I know he wasn't the only one behind
the second
it, but
was for £250,000.
It was a
The game was selling
genuinely
very well indeed, and Bullfrog
like-
had an assured future.
Like,
Populous went on to sell over 3 million
not very many
copies.
people were in
It's regarded as one
Bullfrog
of the
at the
finest
time.
games of the era.
Peter
It was a
Molyneux
hit.
was like...
Peter Molyneux had craved success for the longest time.
It was
It had taken many
that was
attempts and a string
that's
of
the
failures.
one game I think of
Populous
as like
had
being
achieved his
actually
goal.
his,
He
and
had a
that he
successful
actually did
game,
very well.
Made a significant amount of money, and overnight he was a darling of the press. He was the man behind Populous, after all, and a pioneer of the new god game genre. For the first time, he had a reputation, and it was a good one. But was Populous a fluke? Bullfrog had found success, but next was the unenviable task of a follow-up.
Oh.
Their next game was Flood,
I'm streaming
a
at the
platformer
moment.
more in the arcade vein
Yeah.
of Fusion. It released in June 1990.
About 12.
It had some interesting ideas, particularly
in
in
about
fluid
10
physics,
minutes or so.
but it was far from revolutionary as Populous. The magazines were kind enough in their reviews, giving it 80% or so, but Flood failed to make much of an impact.
Mm.
In October came the more ambitious Powermonger. A strategy game that used the Populous engine, it was much more in line with the expectations of Bullfrog. Gone are the divine powers. Instead, you lean more on strategic command of an army. The goal is to seize control of a fractured world by military force, relaying commands to conquer. Powermonger compared well to Populous in reviews. It wasn't the same runaway success and doesn't have quite the same legacy, but it is seen as a competent follow-up, and proof that the studio's success was not pure luck. In August 1991 came Populous 2, Trials of the Olympian Gods. A safe choice of a sequel, and a likely success on the strength of the first game. It was, in essence, an iteration of the original. It had a little more polish, many more powers and abilities, and a few new features. It was a good game, an improvement over Populous, if not massively innovative. All the same, the magazines loved it, and the game turned out to be another hit. Bullfrog were on a roll. So now, Bullfrog were in a strong position and had a string of hits behind them. They could afford to be a little bolder in their direction. They had assembled a competent team with some very talented individuals on board. Peter remained the face of Bullfrog, though. He'd established good rapport with the computing magazines. He was more than happy to provide interview or comment on a variety of topics. No doubt a few editors had him on speed dial, and he made a multitude of appearances in the press. At this point, he was a celebrity. People loved his games, and Peter seemed to love being in the limelight. Bullfrog's next game was first known as Bob, although this was a working title. It would release as Syndicate. It was a cyberpunk business simulator married to real-time strategy combat.
I think Syndicate's
original gameplay
the
idea
other
was that
one
you could
that's like
indirectly control your cyborg agents. You could modulate their intelligence, strength,
like
and perception
it's
levels.
beloved.
By doing so, you could influence
and
their
it's
behavior
from their
as they
early
conducted their mission.
days where
As the game developed, they added direct control over your squad of cyborgs instead. The hands-on carnage was far too compelling to ignore. Syndicate was dark, often brutal, but usually rewarding. Its cyberpunk aesthetic was great, and the sandbox city approach felt liberating. It had frantic action with deeper strategy. The unique amalgam of disparate elements was now a Bullfrog signature. They had another classic on their hands. Strong review scores, healthy sales. Business simulation is a recurring trend in Bullfrog's games. It goes all the way back to Peter's failed attempt at self-publishing The Entrepreneur. Things were different now, given that he had a strong team behind him and a reputation for great games. If Peter wanted to do a business simulation, he could, and it would sell. His next idea was Theme Park, which released in June 1994. It was a construction and management sim that gave you a plot of land and allotment
and
of cash.
honestly, Theme Park and Theme
Your job was
Hospital
to
were
build a
really
successful
good
theme
too.
park, rake in the money, and reinvest profits. Then, developing new rides and expanding available attractions. It's all dressed up in bright colours and cutesy characters. A departure from the grittier, more realistic worlds Bullfrog had created before, but there remains a similar thrill in controlling the fates of the little people. Oversalting the fries to sell more drinks and other devious tricks. Theme Park was yet another success. Review scores were positive, and the game went on to sell
At this
over
stage,
15
though,
million copies.
I doubt how
It's fair to
much
say that theme park
Peter
has
Molyneux
not aged
had
well
to do
compared to some
with
of Bullfrog's other games.
these games.
The 3D rendered graphics, once
at
impressive,
this stage,
now dated, and the interface is a little clunky. The key issue with playing Theme Park today is the existence of Roller Coaster Tycoon. The latter is a superior game on all fronts. But it's important to remember that Roller Coaster Tycoon came out 5 years afterwards.
Yeah.
Theme Park walked so it could run.
Yeah.
Developing Theme Park for the older machines didn't help either. The lack of a hard drive, limited RAM, and color palette of the Amiga were holding Bullfrog back. Theme Park would be their last Amiga game. It was time to move on to a new generation. By 1994, the Amiga market was starting to slow down. Commodore had gone bankrupt, and the future of the machine was in doubt. For many developers, this was their cue to make a transition to the PC instead. The PC market saw rapid growth, and a world of multimedia and CD-ROM awaited gamers in the mid-1990s. This was a difficult leap for developers who established themselves on the Amiga and Atari ST. The PC market was very different. There was a much wider variety of hardware, the community was less insular, and the enthusiast press wasn't the authority it once was. Software had gone global. Many smaller developers struggled to compete in a broader market. Many didn't survive the transition. Some of the best Amiga developers never found their footing on PC. Sensible Software didn't survive. The Bitmap brothers never realized the same level of success on the new platform. Bullfrog were facing a similar challenge. They had made some legendary games, ranked among the best on the Amiga. Peter Molyneux was a 16-bit god. He could do no wrong. He was responsible for some of the greatest games of a generation, and had pioneered a new genre. He was a somebody. He had a reputation. But with the challenges looming ahead, everything was at stake. Thank you very much for watching, and until next time, farewell.
Right, okay. I thought it was going to keep going through his later part of his career, but yeah, from what I understand is that those early games, Peter Molyneux had quite a hand in making them, and they were actually really good. To be continued. Right, yeah. Yeah, that's fair, yeah. But then it was like that was his golden era. That was when Peter Molyneux was like directly involved in the game making process. He was actually programming a lot of them himself, like with his team. And yeah, Bullfrog was a very successful and very well liked studio. It isn't really until they move to it's really when he leaves Bullfrog and goes to well, Bullfrog shuts down, or they whatever, and they go to Lionhead. That's when shit starts hitting the wall. Well, shit starts hitting the fan, I should say. Anyway, video for the Rorius. What's this? Oh. Stream sniping a cheater.
This is where the fun begins. Come to daddy, come to daddy. What? Okay. I'm gonna get him, right? Hold still! Oh, fuck you too, man. Fuck you. Fucking nerd. Oh, I knew it, that's right. Nice shot! Oh, I see that motherfucker. Oh. Hey, this stupid bitch. I'm gonna play one right between your eyes! Yeah, that's right, motherfucker, yeah. Fuck you.
Just got the achievement, Nemesis.
You and everybody else. Yeah, that's right. You can snipe me, huh? Nah, I'm just not motherfucker. Everything. Our intelligence has returned our ways. That's the wrong man, motherfucker. You want me to double snipe me, I'm gonna fuck you up. Get bloody going!
Bloody bogan!
Whoops, my bad.
I can see other people in the way.
I need to get him, man.
Inside your head!
Oh, son of a bitch, man.
Yeah, it's fun to see someone suffer for being an asshole.
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
Motherfucker.
Oh, enemy intelligence.
Son of a bitch, man. Okay. You know what? I'm being too nice. I'm really doing a fucking wrong. Being too nice. Yeah.
Hello, motherfucker.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Okay.
Ah.
Oh, fuck you, bitch ass. Disgusting game.
Yeah. Nice. All right. We got 1 minute. What are these last ones? It's a nice short one. We can do this. We can do this. My dad's coming back at 12, like right now. But we'll see. We'll see. Hold up.
Mark is a boy without friends or a dad. He's a 12-year-old boy who's wanted by some ghouls. And the boy's name is Mark, and the ghoul's name is Jim. And the other ghoul's name
There's
is
a video.
Jim's
There's a
brother.
comment
And no
from
one
the
can see
audience.
the ghouls except for the boy. And the ghouls can high-five, but they can't high-five the boy, because their ghoul hands just pass through the little boy. But they get along, and then sometimes they high-five, because ghouls will be ghouls, and the boy has no friends. Two ghouls, one boy. Two ghouls, one boy. One time the ghoul and the boy went to the backyard, and the boy decided to go on the swing. But the ghouls couldn't push the boy on the swing. Their hands just passed through the little boy. So one of the ghouls had to go on the swing, and the other ghoul could push the ghoul but not the swing. So when he pushed the ghoul just fell off. So they had a think and came up with a plan, and they tried again, and while the ghoul pushed the ghoul, the boy was tasked with pushing the swing. Two ghouls, one boy. Two ghouls, one boy. One time while scheming to get the boy some friends, the ghouls threw a party for the boy and his whole class, and they picked the boy up and they carried him around, and they all became the boy's friends because they thought he could fly. But then everyone kept asking the boy to fly, and eventually the ghouls got sick of picking him up. But they also felt bad because this was kind of their doing, so they reached a compromise, and now when people ask, the boy says, yes, I can fly, but only this high. Two ghouls, one boy. Two ghouls, one boy. Once one of the ghouls was drink driving, and he hit the boy, and the boy died instantly. But it's okay, because now it's three ghouls, three. Was it good time? Was it good time?
I was gonna say I've heard of Auntie Donna, but I've never actually seen their stuff. Yeah. So wait, just really quick, if we have time. Oh god, yep. Did you say there was a comment on here from the Oh? I mean, on the Molyneux one. Wait. Let's just go like this. Oh, here we go. Are you talking about this one, or are you talking about this comment here? Fun fact about Populous, we didn't have an idea. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Glenn Corpse thought I was about to lose my job after having after doing the graphics for the first 2 games, and them not selling. I brought my Atari ST into the office and I just put Fusion to it. I quickly discovered the horizontal scrolling, not going to work, so I let myself get distracted by making an isometric engine. I wrote the initial prototype entirely speculatively. The graphic style. Peter did contribute more than anyone else to the gameplay and coded all of it, but the prototype that inspired him to do it was mine. Yeah, that's so. This shit is so typical. Yeah, this is what pisses me off a lot about what we teach our students in Digitech, because so much, like, we talk all the time about the idea of like all this like prototyping and uh getting like stakeholder feedback and having this like very structured and specific development, but so much of game development, especially in the older days, but in modern days as well, so much of it that isn't like your AAA game studio is kind of just like, we just kind of made stuff on the fly, and then in like after the fact we went back and filled in all the gaps of that kind of stuff to make it look authentic. Yeah, the Lego prototype thing, they didn't do that beforehand. They did that as a post thing to make it look fancy. It looked like they had this grand idea. Yeah. Yeah, if anyone is interested, typing Then Course Populace to YouTube will show several videos where I could tell my version of the story in the video. Yeah, yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, so that perpetuates my concept that I already had in my mind, where it's like, even in the days of Populous, like arguably Peter Molyneux's first like big thing, he pretended that it was him that did it, that him that had this idea, this grand idea, but it wasn't. It was some other people in his office with him. Yeah. That's the story of Peter Molyneux's life. Him banking on, like, getting popularity off of other people's work, basically. Oh. Yeah, I was recommended this in my recommended feed. I think we won't worry about this one for today. Even though like it's another 17-minute video. I don't have time for it, unfortunately, but we'll watch this. We'll either watch this in the next one, or I'll probably end up watching this in my own time. So wait, we'll put the thing on here, and I'll decide. Oops, did I click it? No, okay. I'll either decide to watch it next time, or I will watch it in my own time, and I'll just talk about it next time. But yeah, so that's it. That's it for now. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Dad needs help with something, and I've got to go help him. So wait. Catalin, did you message something and it was went missing again? Hold up. Let's just see if I can see it. From what I consume, you have a past with old school PC systems. Well, no, you weren't. You're not wrong. The very first computer I ever used was an old Apple, an old Apple Macintosh that used floppy disks in the floppy disk drive. Yeah, ever since I was like 3 or 4, I've been on computer systems and stuff like that. So I've been on computers since the 90s. So yeah, I'm old school computing, and I love, even though I'm not as old as you might like. I might not be old enough to be thought of as being like old school computer stuff. While you know, we just had old computers for a long time. We didn't get like a real good. We had an XP in the house, but for a long time we still had this old Apple Mac, and we had stuff that would only run on XP. It wouldn't run on later computer stuff, because XP was maintained its compatibility with older computers. So yeah, there was a lot of like old DOS era kind of stuff that we used to play, like games that nowadays you'd have to run in a DOS emulator. That I used to love. I used to play a lot, and yeah, like Theme Hospital, which was the game after Theme Park, the Bullfrogs game after Theme Park. They made Theme Hospital. Freaking loved Theme Hospital. We had it on PC, but we also got it on PlayStation. Wait, hold up a second. Yeah, and actually, what I'm probably more familiar with is old PlayStation. So, first of all, oh, it's gonna be chroma keyed, but Theme Park for the PlayStation. So they released this for the Amiga system, but they also released it for PlayStation, and you can see the Bullfrog logo down the bottom there. That's their old logo, but also for me it was Theme Hospital. Theme Hospital, the old PlayStation, uh, old PlayStation 1 game. Yeah, freaking loved these games so much. The I never played I never played the Roller Coaster Tycoon games. For me, Theme Park was the roller coaster game, and Theme Hospital was like, yeah, it's essentially one of the earliest job simulator games. My head looks so thin when I don't have my headphones on. um, yeah, I loved those games a lot, and so yeah, I love old computer graphics and old computer technology stuff. It just feels so much more like, for me, in a lot of cases it feels just so much more understandable. But also, I know it's old tech is a lot harder to use, so yeah, you're stuck in between a rock and a hard place with like old tech's hard to use. Modern tech's easier to use but doesn't look the same. Yeah, I don't know. Also, my childhood was all about freeware games on XP and Flash browser games. I mean, I did a lot of that too. Some of the earliest game stuff that I played on computer was, or like very early game stuff that I played on computer was Newgrounds. I used to play all sorts of stuff on Newgrounds, and there's these old Flash games that I just will never find again, because that was before I discovered Newgrounds. There was a bunch of Flash sites that had all these old games on them, which just don't exist anymore. There was this one game where you play as like a Chihuahua, but you're collecting burrito ingredients. And the voice acting in that game was hilarious. And like once you collected the burrito wrap, it would make the burrito. And depending on how many ingredient pieces you had, you'd get a better score. And this was a platformer. This was a 2D platformer game. This isn't like a like a food creation like job sim kind of game. It was a platformer where you collected. You got, ultimately you're finishing the level, but also the more into the level you got, the more like you platformed, the better you got on the platforming and stuff. The better the ingredients you got, and the longer the list of ingredients you had in your burrito. Once you got the burrito wrap, it would list out all the ingredients that you got for the burrito, and then end with it like, after it's like the fourth, fifth, sixth ingredient, with the soft taco, and the I can't replicate it. It had this really specific like vocal thing it would do. It was just really funny. I loved it. If you like DOS style games, I might have one other suggestion for you on top of what I previously gave you. You can suggest a way. If you do suggest, though, I would recommend suggest it on the Discord, because in the game suggestion column section thing, I often check there and add stuff from there to like a list that I have. I still have a list. It's a bit messy, but I have a list of games that I intend to play at some point. But no, I've got to get going now, so we're run out of time for now. But yeah, post it in the Discord if you have a game suggestion. And yeah, that Chihuahua one, I don't expect anyone to know that because again, I don't know it. I know it because I played it, but I don't know the name of it, and I don't know. It's on an old. It was. I played it on a website that I don't remember the name of the website. Like probably when I was like 5 or 6 on the internet. So that would have been, you know, like 2001, 2002, somewhere around that time. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, thank you guys so much for joining me today. I'm gonna go eat something, and I'll see what Dad needs help with. Have a good lunch, and see you next stream. Thank you. I will have a good lunch. Yeah. See you guys in the next one. If I don't stream before the surgery, we'll see how things go. I'll see you on the flip side of that. But either way, thank you guys so much for joining me, and I'll see you next time. Keep an eye out for the Silk Song videos, because those will still be coming out in the immediate few weeks. Yeah, wish me luck, because I want to try and finish as much of that as possible. Yeah. Anyway, see you guys. Have a good rest of your night or day, and I'll see you soon. Bye. Oh, it's this one. Yeah.